All right, welcome back. So if you don't already have Photoshop open, go ahead and open it up. And in this video, I'm going to be covering the File menu. You can take a tour. You can check out what's new. And you can drag and drop an image or select one from your computer to get started. And that basically what that would do is it would start a project. If you click on Learn, there we go. They do have tutorials here, so you can check out tutorials, and these are good ones. I've looked them over. You can take a tour of Photoshop, save your images, crop and straighten an image, add an object to an image, and there's a lot more right here. You can also do tutorials on the web. There's all sorts of videos here. They're all great. I think this is fantastic. I wish they would have had this when I was in school. I would have had a ball with this. So I encourage you to check that out at a later time. They do have Lightroom photos as well. I don't have any in here, but if you had them in here, you could pull them out and then work from there. So I just want to show you the welcome screen just so you understand what it is. And then right here you have the search bar, so you can search, and then you have a link to your account. Okay. So in this video, like I said, we're going to be talking about the File menu. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to File, and the first thing we're going to be learning about is the New command, or the New File. And basically what this is going to do is this is going to give you a couple options when you start. You're going to get a default Photoshop size, so that's 7 inches by 5 inches, and the resolution is 300 pixels, so 300 dpi. So think 300 dots per inch, or pixels per inch. They really say dots per inch, but it's the same thing. Basically what that does is if you do a 300 pixel resolution, or DPI I should say, it's going to have a crisper image because you're going to have more dots per inch. So you're going to have more quality, okay? So let's click OK just to see what happens. And now you can see it opens up the document. So now you can start working in that document. Now the next thing, so that's really new. All new does is it just takes you to this little prompt menu here, and you can go through, and if you look at the document type, there's a lot of document types. So you can do US paper, international paper, photo, web, mobile app design, film and video, iconography, art and illustration, artboard, untitled, and custom. So they give you a lot of options. You can say presets. You can set the resolution to, if I go to web, it's going to be 72 dpi, not 300, because 300 is really for print. The reason why they do 72 for RGB is because load time. If you are building a website and you have 300 dpi images, your website's never going to load. It's going to be really slow. Plus, you're trying to reach everybody. So it's going to be a tall hill to climb if you're trying to reach everybody, but you're putting really high-end quality content out there, which is great, but you got to do it somewhere where it can handle that. So if it's video, that's a different story. But for the web, you need to optimize. So that's the new, that's how you make a new document. So the shortcut for that is Control N. So if you hit Control N, and then you go in here and you change this to, let's do video, 1920 by 1080. Okay, there you go. So now you have new, and now we have 3 tabs open. So if I wanted to close these, you can do a couple things. You can click on the X. You can hit Control W to close them as well. And then that will take us back to the home page. Okay, so that's the new command. Now you can also do open, and what open's going to do is it's going to look for Photoshop files. So I don't have currently anything here to grab, but that's okay. If you did have a file, you could click new, open. Next up is browse and bridge. So I don't have bridge installed, but what bridge does is bridge will, let me show you real quick. This is bridge, okay? So you can centralize all your content with bridge. So think of bridge as kind of like a folder with all your content in it. Okay. It gives you centralized access to all the files and assets you need for your creative projects. Organize personal and team assets. Batch edit with ease. Add watermarks. Set centralized color preferences, and even upload your photos to Adobe Stock. Bridge simplifies your workflow and keeps you organized, now including Creative Cloud libraries. So what it will do is it will optimize everything and keep it organized. You can make folders to organize everything and pull things in. So by running that command, browse and bridge, or hitting Control-Alt-O, that's going to pull bridge open if you have it installed. We do not have it installed, so it's not going to work right now, but that's okay. All right, the next one is open as. All right, so you can open as a PSD, a PDD, or a PSD-DT, okay, a large document, 3D Studio, audio file, BMP, Camera Raw, CIN, DAE, a GIF, EPS, Flash, wow, Flash 3D, that's cool. Google Earth, Pixar, Photoshop Raw, Photoshop PDF. Okay, so there's a lot of formats in here. The point is, I can scroll down and there's even more. So this is pretty much going to open just about any file format that there is. Not every single one. I'm not guaranteeing that, but you can see here from the list, there's about 30 extensions right here. Okay, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 right there. So that's 20. Yeah, so we're about 30 right here. Okay, so you're looking at about 30 to 50 extensions. I don't know the exact number, but you have a lot of options to open as here. Okay, now the next one, and if you want to do the shortcut, you can do Alt-Shift-Control-O. So let me try that. Alt-Shift-Control-O. I'm going to show you a lot of shortcuts because shortcuts increase your productivity dramatically. Not dramatically, dramatically. It makes you faster. Trust me. Open as a smart object. So what this is going to do, it's going to do all formats, and you're going to open a smart object. So that would be like, for an example that I use a lot is I grab Illustrator files and bring them over. So they're vector images. So you can save it as a vector image. You can save it as a smart object if you wanted to. There are other examples, but that's the primary one that I use. Open recent, we don't have anything recently opened. Close, that's only if you have a document open. So if we hit Control N and then open this, now this menu is going to be open. So you can Control W, close all is Alt Control W, close and go to bridge, Shift Control W. Okay, now if we want to save, it's not going to let us save right now because we haven't done anything. But if I grab this brush and I do this, you see this little star right here? Now it's going to open up this menu here and say, okay, now you can save. Okay, or we can save as. So if you hit Control S or Shift Control S, you can save or save as. Okay, now what I recommend doing is if you're going to save, just save it. Just do Control S. You don't need to save as because this is a PSD file. So when you're building out files in Photoshop, you want to always have a source. And what I mean by that is save it as a PSD first, then export it as whatever you need. That way you can edit the file, because if you but if you save it as a flat image, you're not going to be able to edit any layers. Because what it does is when you export it out as a JPEG, a PNG, a GIF, etc., it's going to flatten the layers. So you're not going to be able to do anything with it. You're going to have to redo everything. So if you get into the habit of saving a PSD file, then you're not going to have problems later when you have 180 layers that you flattened, and now you can't do anything because you didn't save the PSD file. So please, please, please save a PSD file. It will save you in the long run. Now you can do save as well. And we could save it as a Photoshop PDF. Okay, let's save that. Okay, I'll hit OK. Save PDF. Yes. And let's do the next one. So revert. I don't believe I can do revert right now. Let me just see something. There we go. Okay, so revert basically undoes your last action. So if I do this and I do this, and then I go here and I hit revert, or if I hit F12, okay, it's going to revert or undo your previous action. So even if I do this and I'm doing 4 different things, right? If I hit F12, it gets rid of all of them. Okay. So that's just if you need to undo 4 things at once, or just undo everything that you just did besides this right here, my beautiful artwork. Okay. Export. Excuse me. Export. Quick export as PNG, export as, export preferences, save for web, and then all these are layers to files, color lookup, tables, pass to Illustrator, zoomify. So if I do quick export as PNG, let's save it. Okay, it didn't work. I like that. Normally what I'll do is I'll do Alt-Shift-Control-S, and then I work in this window. This is what all I use when I export stuff. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's what I use. Because right here they have the presets, so you can do GIF, you can do JPEG, PNG 8, PNG 24, WBMP. I don't really use that much, but it's okay. Let's do PNG. And then I'll save that. And let's go to the desktop. We'll save it as Untitled 1, and I'll replace it. And there you go. Okay, so now generate. So you can do image assets. We can share on Behance. So we can upload here. I'll close that. This is share on Behance again. We can search Adobe stock, place embedded, place linked. So these are just files that you can bring in, and then what it's going to do is make a layer of it. So you see how it's the same file, but okay. So you see how they have different little icons here. So we did the embedded. Okay, so the embedded has this little document icon right here. And then the link has a little lock on it for a link. Okay. Package, you can grab a folder with content in it. Automate, so you can do batch, PDF presentation, create droplet, create and straighten, crop and straighten photos, contact sheet, conditional mode change, fit image, lens correction, merge to HT Pro, and photo merge. Scripts, you can run scripts to like delete all empty layers. There's a lot of things you can do. This is really a cool thing. You can flatten all masks, which I don't have any, but you can write out your own scripts and really, you know, write out like 5 different things that you're doing, and then make it a process and then run it. And then it will flatten all layer effects, which I don't have any, but this is really cool. All right, I'm going to hit done. Next up, we have import. So we can import video frames to layers, notes, WIA support, file info. So this is going to give you the info on the PDF. Okay. I haven't put a lot of metadata in here, but you want to, because it's going to give you good SEO optimization if you're going that route, and other places as well. We can I'm going to hit cancel. We can do print one copy. I'm going to cancel that as well. And then the final thing in the file menu is the exit. So if I click on this, it's going to prompt me to save my file. I'm going to hit no, and then it's going to close out Photoshop. So that's the file menu in a nutshell. I know that's a lot to take in, but again, it's just to get you started with Photoshop to understand what's going on, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the edit menu. Let's click on the edit menu here, and I'm just going to go over a quick overview of what everything is, and then we'll actually use some of the tools, okay? So in the edit menu, you have the undo, redo, toggle last state, fade, cut copy, copy merged, paste, paste special, and clear. So these are common tools that I use all the time. So let's hit Control N to create a new document. And we'll just do the default Photoshop size. That's fine. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw number 1, 2, 3, and 4. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. You can just follow along. So I want to show you what you can do here. So we can undo the brush tool or toggle last state. Okay, so if I hit Control Z, it's going to get rid of the dot, and then it's going to get rid of the 4. Or well, however I draw it, so if I hit Control Z again, it'll get rid of the dot and get rid of the number 3. Control Z, get rid of the dot, get rid of the number 2. Control Z, get rid of the dot, get rid of the number 1. Now, if I want to redo that, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to redo the brush tool. So we did the undo tool. Now I want to redo it. So we're going to hit Shift Control Z. So Shift Control Z. That's going to bring back the number 1. And then if I hit it again, then we'll get the dot. I'll get the number 2, and I'll get the dot. I'll get the number 3, and I get the dot. Every time I hold Control, Shift, and then hit Z, it brings everything back. So if I wanted to undo that, I would hit Control Z. I'd hold Control and then hit Z, and that would undo it. But if I hit Shift and hold the Control button and then do Z, then I get it back. Okay? So really all you're doing is to undo it, you're going to hit Control Z. To redo it, you're going to hit Control Shift Z. Okay? So you're just going to add Shift to that. So that's a majority of these tools right here. The cut, copy, paste, cut, copy, copy merged, paste, paste special are self-explanatory, but I'm going to show you anyway, real quick. If I make a new layer here, and I grab the brush tool, where are you, brush tool? Here we go. I'm going to do 1, and then a dot, and then I'll do Control Shift N, which creates a new layer. We haven't talked about this yet, but that's just a shortcut. And then 2, and then the dot. Okay, so now, if I hit Control A, you see how this marquee tool is all the way around. It's the selection tool, and it's selecting the whole canvas, right? But really all it's doing is selecting this layer. So if I hit Control C, or do Edit, Copy, and then do Edit, Cut, or hit Control Z to undo that, and then hit Control X, then what I'm doing is I can create a new layer, Control Shift N, layer 3, and I'm going to hit Control Z, or no, V, I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Control V, that paste. So essentially what we did is we cut, copied, and pasted. Control X, so Control C to copy, Control X to cut, and Control V to paste. Okay, and then if you want to do a paste special, paste without formatting, paste in place, paste into, paste outside. So we could do paste in place. There you go. We got another one. Let's do one more. And it's right on top of the other one. So now we have a couple 2s, and I got 5 layers and the background. So search, you can search for stock content, learn content, Photoshop content. Okay. Check spelling. We don't have any errors because we have numbers. Find and replace text. I don't have any text to replace, but if you need that tool, it's a great tool. Fill. Okay, so it's not. There we go. So what I did is I unlocked this layer. So you're going to see right here, there's a little lock on your layer here. If you just double click it, it'll unlock it and then open up the filter. But you can do that, or you can just click here too. I really like shortcuts, so. But then it does stuff that I don't want it to do. So either way is fine. But we're going to select the layer 0 here. And what I want to do is go to fill. And what it's doing is this is the foreground. So this black palette here is the foreground, well, swatch. I'm going to call it a swatch. The foreground swatch is right here, and the background is white. So there's the background, there's the foreground. So this is one way you can do it, where you go there and then you can select a fill. The stroke, you can set it here if you want, but I recommend using the filter over here because there's a lot more options. And if you want to change the background and the foreground, so this is the foreground. So if you want to change that, just double click this and then go in your color picker and grab whatever color you want. Okay, I'm going to cancel that and then if you want to go to the background, just double click the white and then do the same thing. Change the color to whatever background you want, and it's super simple. And if you want to switch them, you just click this little button here and it'll switch back and forth, or you can hit X. That's what I like to use. X is really fast. So you just hit X and then it'll go back and forth, and then you can change the color whatever you want. Okay, we'll get into that later. But right now, so that's the fill and the stroke. Content aware fill, that's not active right now, so we're not going to talk about that too much. Content aware scale, puppet, wrap, perspective, warp, free transform. Okay, this is one I use a lot. So what this does, this selects the layer you're on, and then you can resize this. Now they changed this because it used to be I had to hold shift and do this. Now it's the opposite. You don't have to hold shift, you just drag, and it automatically will adjust the aspect ratio for you and keep it even. So it's a nice tool, but they just make changes on me, so I have to get adjusted. Transform, so you can do scale, skew, rotate, skew, distort, perspective, warp, rotation 180 degrees, rotate 90 degrees clockwise, and then rotate 90 degrees counterclockwise. Okay, then we have flip horizontal, flip vertical. So I can flip that vertical because that's just that content. Now if I went to this one and did the same thing, we go to transform and we skew, then you can see that's a skew. Okay, and if I go to layer 2, which I need to change my labeling, we'll do that later, we can rotate clockwise. It says I'm empty. Why? Okay, let's do this one then. We can do rotate clockwise. There you go. So those are some of the effects that you can do in the transform area. Purge, you can do clipboard, histories, all, video cache, Adobe PDF presets, preset manager, migrate presets, export, import, remote connections, color settings, assign profile, convert to profile, keyboard shortcuts, menus, toolbar, and preferences. So this is the one I care about the most. Keyboard shortcuts and menus. Awesome. You don't have to learn all these right now, but I'm telling you, this is going to make your life so easy once you get the hang of it. And trust me, it takes a little time, but I've been using this software a long time, and I live by the shortcuts. And when they do an update and they change my shortcuts, I just change them back. That way I can keep working the way that I've been working for 15 years, you know? All right, so I'll cancel that. let's look at the preferences real quick. I'm not going to go over a lot of this other stuff because we're going to be going through all the menus, so I don't want to change anything. But basically, this gives you the option to go through here and you can change the shortcuts and, you know, restore things and set defaults and load presets and all that. I don't want to do that. I want to leave it just the way it is so that I can show you how to use it. So let's do preferences and we'll just go to general. And that covers everything. So in general, you can set the color picker, the HUD color picker, the image interpolation, so bicubic automatic, interface, so the color theme. We can go darker if you want, which makes it easier on your eyes. So I'll keep it at that. Workspace, you can set whatever options you want here. Tools, you can show tool tips, use rich tool tips, etc. History log, you can look at your history log and see what you got. File handling, always save. File extension, use lowercase. Export, quick export format, PNG. You can set this to SVG, GIF, JPEG, or PNG. If you're doing web, I recommend doing PNG because that's either PNG or SVG for web. If you're doing graphic design, JPEG, depending on where it's going, you know. But the default is PNG. So you can change that there if you want, or you can change it somewhere else. Performance, let Photoshop use 70% of my RAM. That's fine. The scratch disk, this is just where everything's saved and start up. So I have 254 gigs of free space there and 1.5 terabytes here. Cursors, you can change the cursors. Standard, precise, you know, whatever you want to do with that. Transparency, settings, I'd leave all this as it is. Units and rulers, I haven't even shown you the ruler tool, but I'll do that next. Guides, grid and slices, I'd leave that the way it is. Plugins, you can get plugins. Type options, so use smart quotes, enable glyph protection, show font names in English, use escape key to commit text, etc. 3D, same deal. We're going to use 100% RAM to do 3D rendering. I recommend doing that. Just make sure you have a lot of RAM so you can handle this if you're doing that. Technology previews. That's really it. So I'll close that out. Let me show you the ruler real quick. We're going to hit Control R, and that's the ruler. So you can see here that it's in, if I right click on it, we're in pixels. You can go inches, centimeters, millimeters, points, picas, I don't know what that is, percent. Okay, the one I work in all the time is pixels. That's all I do. So, I have done inches as well, but I try to just keep it in pixels. Keep it simple. I see in pixels, I'm just saying, okay? So, that's the edit menu. So thank you for joining me in this video. I'll see you in the next video. Take care. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we're going to talk about the image menu. So let's head over to Photoshop if you haven't already. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the image menu. So you can see here they have mode, adjustments, auto tone, auto contrast, auto color, image size, canvas size, image rotation, crop, trim, reveal all, duplicate, apply image, calculations, variables, apply data set, trap, and analysis. Okay, so all these are deactivated because we don't have a file. So let's go to create new or do file new or Control N, whichever one you want to do. You have 3 ways to get there. And then what I'm going to do is set this to the default Photoshop size, hit OK. And now what we can do is all these are activated. So with mode, this is really cool. You can set the mode to bitmap, grayscale, duotone, index color, RGB, which is what it's on right now, CMYK, lab color, and multi-channel. So you can set it to 8 bits per channel, 16 bits per channel, 32 bits per channel. If you do 32 bits, it's going to be a big file. 16 is going to be a little smaller, and then 8 bits is the standard right now for this file type. So for what we're doing, 300 pixels, 300 DPI, it's good to have the default preferences. Okay. So you can change this to CMYK or any other grayscale or whatever you want to do. Adjustments. So brightness, contrast, levels, curves, exposure, vibrance, hue, saturation, color balance, black and white, photo filter, channel mixer, color lookup, invert, posterize, threshold, gradient map, selective color, shadow highlights, HDR toning, desaturate, match color, replace color, equalize. So these are really cool to play with. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get out of image. I'm going to make a new layer right here. We're going to draw a box with the marquee tool. And I'm going to grab this color right here. So we're going to use black. And click on the gradient tool. And we're going to select the paint bucket tool. I'm going to fill that with black. And then if you hold Alt until you get the two cursors and drag it out, it's going to make another layer. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this red color right here and then hit the letter G and fill that, right? And then what I'm going to do is line them up just to, we'll go to image. And what we're going to do is we're going to change we're going to adjust this one right here. So let's adjust the brightness and the contrast. Okay, so now you can see that that is an action. All right, and then if we want to adjust the levels, okay, I can turn this way down, make it transparent, or I can make it darker. So we can make it just about black. Okay. And then we can do curves. Okay, so what that's going to do is it's going to change the tone of the color. So we can go lighters to the left, and then darkers to the right. Okay, so these are just different ways to adjust the colors. Okay, we can do auto tone, auto contrast, auto color, image size. You can change the image size of the document itself. So we're 7 inches by 5 inches right now. We can change this to 10 by 10. And it's locked right now, so let me unlock that. So we'll do 10 inches by 10 inches. I'll hit OK, and it's going to make the image bigger. So now I'm going to zoom out. And I'm going to Control Z that to go back to our original format. Canvas size, you can change the canvas size as well. If I do in inches, it's 7 by 5. I'm going to leave it at that. Image rotation, so we can rotate the image 180 degrees, clockwise, 90 degrees, counterclockwise, arbitrary. Okay. Really, it doesn't let me crop. So I hit the shortcut key C, and that is the crop tool. So you can just go this way, and you can crop the image down. Control Z to undo that. So that's the crop tool. Trim, top left pixel color. So let's trim that. There you go. I'm going to do a Control Z. Reveal all. Duplicate. So let's duplicate it. So we just duplicated the whole document. Apply image. You can merge, do all sorts of stuff for that. Calculations. Okay. I'm going to close this one, and no, we're not going to save it. All right, then we're going to do variables you can define and analysis. Okay, so we got the ruler tool. Okay, if you hit Control R, that'll reactivate the ruler. So I'm going to close that out. So that is the image tool. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. And let's do File, New, and do the default Photoshop size. And let's go to the layer menu. Okay, so there's all sorts of goodies in here. Now, not everything's going to be activated because we don't have all the necessary things in the layer for it to be working. So if you want to do new layer, you can do Control-Shift-N. I don't know why it says Control-Shift-N. Yeah. Okay, that is right. Control-Shift-N. That's how you create a new layer. Layer from background, group from layers, artboard from group, artboard from layers, frame from layers, layer via copy. You can duplicate the layer. Delete the layer, quick export, export as, rename layer, layer style. So you can give it different filters, new fill layer, new adjustment layer, layer mask, vector mask, smart objects, video layers, layer-based slice, group layers, hide layers. You can arrange, combine, lock layers, merge down, merge visible, flatten image, and matting. Okay, so those are all the options that they have, but I'm going to show you all those here because I don't ever use this, ever. I've never even opened this window before. I use this right here, which is the same thing, but it's in a different area. So what I want you to do real quick is let's do this. I'm going to hit the tab key for me and then click on the window menu and click layers. Okay. So what I want to do, and actually do window, and let's do the tools as well. So I want to keep the tools open and just the layer menu open. So you just have two things on your screen. So you can focus on that and not anything else and be distracted. Okay. So new layer is Shift Control N or just click this little button right here. New layer. Create a new layer. Okay. If you double click this, you can rename the layer. Okay. Or if you click that, okay, wait. If I hit Control-Shift-N, it's going to prompt me to name the layer. So layer 45. Okay. But you can rename it like that. You can also do the menu in here. Okay. So what happens with the layers are very crucial to Photoshop and to really any creative product out there because you have all these options. You can copy CSS, you can copy SVG, duplicate a layer, delete the layer, etc. Now, you don't need to go in here to delete a layer. All you need to do is go here, hit delete. Okay? Or you can hit the delete icon right here, the trash bin. Okay? New group from layers, new artboard, all that stuff, not really used that much. I haven't used it. If I right click on the actual layer itself, this is where I use most of the stuff. So when I want to merge, where's merge? Merge down, okay? What that means is I'm combining all these layers together, right? So I'm going to unlock that. And let's say you had content in each layer and you wanted to merge them together. Then you would do merge layers, okay? So all the layers would be together, okay? If I want to undo that, I just hit Control-Z, and that will undo it. But like I said, this is a great reference point only, but most of your action is going to be over here. Now, there are some things that you can use in here, but again, I like to use this because this is what I know. So, like for locking, oh, right here, I can lock right there. Okay. Lock position, prevent auto nesting, lock image pixels, lock transparent pixels. Okay, you can change the layer type. And these are all different effects that they have. Pixel layers, adjustment layers, text layers, etc. Normally, what I'll do for text, I just write text and do it there. Because, again, I use shortcuts. So I'm just doing that. So it creates its own layer. But you can use this if you want. And what that does, too, is this will separate it out just to the text layers. So you can turn off all the other layers and just see one if you want. Okay. So like if I just wanted to see these, then you could do that. I don't recommend doing that. What I recommend doing is making folders. So if you have layers, let's say background. Okay, background, you come here, grab all these, drag them in there. Okay, then make another folder for text. Okay, and just make sure it's on top. You always want to have the background on the bottom because it goes bottom to top. So not top to bottom. Actually, it is top to bottom, but you want to have the background always on the bottom. Otherwise, it's not going to work because then if you do this, the text will disappear. So you always want to have the background on the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to delete the text folder. There you go. And we'll go in here and you can see we have 3 layers there. And so that's really the gist of the layer menu and also layers here. You're going to be learning more as I go along. I don't want to go through everything right now because it's a lot to take in. So with that in mind, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the type menu. But before we do that, we're going to refresh our workspace here. So let's go to Window, and we're going to go to Workspace, go to, let's do Graphics and Web. And that should bring everything back. Then go to Window and go to Workspace again and do Essentials. And that'll bring back everything that we had before. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take the layers. So hold where it says Layers, and then bring that in here. If it lets me. Come on, man. It's supposed to let me do that with no problem. Really? There we go. Okay. And then I'm going to drag it over to the left so we have it there. All right, there you go. So now your menus are back in order. And now we're going to go over the type menu real quick. So you can add fonts from Typekit, which is Adobe fonts. Okay. They have panels. So you got character panel, paragraph panel, glyphs panel, character styles panel, paragraph styles panel. Anti-alias, orientation, open type, extrude to 3D, create work path, convert to shape, rasterize type layer, convert to paragraph text, and warp text. All those are deactivated right now because we don't have the proper content in there to make that work. Match font, so you can match a font, adjust the on-screen crop marks to closely outline a single line of the text you want to identify. So this will match the font, and then you can click Match Font. It'll search for the font, and if Adobe Fonts or Typekit has it, it will use it. Okay. Font preview size, you can do medium, large, extra large, huge. Language options, default features, East Asian, Middle Eastern, etc. Update all text layers, replace all missing fonts, resolve missing fonts, paste lorem ipsum, load default type styles, and save default type styles. I've never seen the paste lorem ipsum. That's awesome. Okay. So what we can do, let's use the type tool. Okay. And there's lorem ipsum. So lorem ipsum is like dummy text. So you can fill your content. If you're building out a mock-up, right? You don't want to build a website with no text. But you don't want to write 12 articles to make your mock-up look real. You want to just put filler in there. And so that's what lorem ipsum is. Okay. So that's the type tool. This was a short video, but that's okay. That's the type menu. And that's the type menu. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the select menu. So if I go to the select menu, make sure Photoshop's open, of course. They have all, deselect, reselect, inverse, all layers, deselect layers, find layers, isolate layers, color range, focus area, subject, select and mask, modify, grow, similar, transform selection, edit in quick mask mode, load selection, save selection, and new 3D extrusion. So if I do create new and I do the default Photoshop size, okay, select all, we've used this tool. So if you hit Control A, that's this right here. Okay. Control D deselects, which is this. Reselect, if you hit Shift Control Shift D, That'll reselect, and then Control D will deselect. Okay, so that's that. Inverse is Shift Control L, maybe I. Let's try I. All layers, deselect layers, isolate layers, color range. Okay. So that's really the selection tool. The selection tool is very important because you're using it on multiple layers. For this example, let's just do this. I'll change the color to that and do this, right? And let's say I want to copy this. So I'm going to hit Control A, Control C, Control D to deselect. Control Shift N for new layer, paste it there. And then I'm going to change the color. Okay, so I need that select tool just for that. I mean, that's very important. You can select a mask. So we can do this. Let's just kind of do some wild stuff here. I'll hit OK. And now we mask the layer. Okay. Edit in quick mask mode. Okay. I'll undo that. And let's do load selection. So I'll hit Control A. Let's select it. And then let's load the selection. Okay, so no pixels were selected. You get the idea. Basically, I'm just showing you, how everything works here. If I go to the layer 1 and we do color range, right? We can adjust the color range a little bit. So that is the select menu. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk briefly about the 3D menu. So let's go to Create New. And we're going to select the default Photoshop size. We'll click on 3D menu, and I'll just talk about some of the features that they have here. So they have the new 3D layer from File. You can merge a 3D layer, export a 3D layer. They have panorama here, so you can import panorama. New panorama layer from selected layers, export panorama. Get more content. So if I click that, we can download 3D content from Photoshop.com. That's kind of cool. You can download stuff and fiddle with it. You can do new 3D extrusion from selected layer. Yes. So what it's going to do is it's going to make this 3D. Whoops, I just undid it. Hold on a second. Oh, wow. I don't know what we're doing here. Okay. I'm going to undo that. Let's see if I can undo it. Okay, let's undo. Okay. So if I just go to layers, there it is. What it did is it changed all the menus. So you see here the tools are different. So if I go to Window and Workspace, we go to Essentials, then we're back to where we were. But what it did is it changed it to 3D, and that's why it changed. So, all right. New mesh from layer, group objects, group all objects in scene, move object to group plane, pack objects on ground plane, new tiled painting from layer, generate UVs, paint fall off, paint system, paint on target texture, select paintable areas, create painting overlay, and then a lot more down here. The one thing I'm going to say about the 3D menu is it's cool to see how far Photoshop has come from when I first started using it. They did not have a 3D option at all. And I learned 3D Studio Max, but we didn't really utilize Photoshop much at that point. So this would be a great tool if you want to do 3D modeling, anything like that. You can use Photoshop for that. It's a great tool. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the view menu. So let's head over to Photoshop. I'm already in here. I'm going to create new. And let's do Photoshop default size. Hit OK, and let's click on View and look at the menu and what they have. So proof, setup, you can do working CMYK. This is for setting up print stuff, proof colors, gamut warning, pixel aspect ratio. So square, you can do a different aspect ratio, and Well, pixel aspect ratio. Square is good. Pixel aspect ratio correction, 32-bit preview options. Those are deactivated right now. But we can zoom in, zoom out, fit on screen, fit artboard on screen. We don't have one, so that's no good. We can do 100%, 200%, or you can do this, which I prefer. Hit the letter Z, hold Alt, zoom out, let go, zoom in. And then use the space bar, hold the space bar, and you can grab the hand tool and move around. So you can zoom out, and then use the hand tool to move it around. Does the same exact thing. Print size. Okay. That I don't know the shortcut for, so use that. There's no shortcut. Flip horizontal. I'm going to undo that. They have screen mode. Okay, let's see what that is. Oh, full screen mode with menu bar, full screen mode. So with this, if you just hit the letter F, that's going to change the modes. I think. Normally it does. Hit tab for me. There you go. Now if you hit F, there you go. So those are the three modes. And if I hit tab, the tools will come back. And what we did is we changed the screen mode. We had standard, full screen mode with menu bar, full screen mode. So if you know the shortcuts and you just want to have a black background with nothing but what you're working on, that's the way to do it. Now if I hit F, that's the standard. And then full screen mode with menu bar right there. And then full screen. Okay? And hit tab, and then everything's back again. Show layer edges. These are just options you can show. The ruler is right there. If we hit Control R, it'll turn on and off. So we'll hit Control R to keep it on. Snap to, guides, grids, layers. You can turn on this on and off. Lock guides, new guide. Okay? You can do it that way, or you can just do this. Drag it down. There's your guide. Right there. And bring it there. Okay? Then you have your guides right there. New guide layout. Okay, you can use that too. That's perfectly fine. Lock slice, clear slice. So slicing is more for web stuff. I don't even know where the tool is on here because they've changed it so much. I'm going to have to hunt for it to see what it is or where it is. Basically what the slice tool does is it will crop a web design. There it is. So what you would do is you'd slice this and then you would export it out, and it would. So if I did a slice like this, let's just say I sliced this one right here, and then I did this one, and then I did this one, and I exported these three out as PNGs. It's going to be 1, 2, 3. So this will be PNG 1, PNG 2, PNG 3. And the idea behind it is when you're building a website, you want to render content, but you want to do it where the files are as small as possible. So what you can do, I'm going to hit Control Z to undo this. What you can do though is when you export it out as slices, this would be image 1, image 2, image 3, and they're all going to be smaller files because they're separated instead of together. That's the idea behind the slice. So that is the view menu. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. And I still have my other file open here, so I'm going to close that out. Let's click on the window. And what I want to do is let's make a new project first. So I'm going to hit OK. And then we'll go to the window menu and let's look at the arrange option here. So you can do tile all vertically, tile all horizontally, 2 up. So let's look at these. Okay. Okay, so let's do workspaces first. So you have Essential, which we have set up. You can do 3D, graphic and web, so it'll grab tools for that specific section. If you're going to do motion graphics, you can use that workspace, painting, and photography. You can also create your own workspace. So you can edit all this and customize this all the way you want. I recommend doing that once you're more comfortable with Photoshop, because it's going to make your experience a lot more fun. Because you don't want to be, when you're creating stuff, you don't want to be fiddling with the menus and the toolbars and all that stuff. You want to know where everything is and do the work. And one other thing I'm going to mention is if you can get dual monitors, get dual monitors. Because what that does is that gives you the ability to move these tools to another monitor, and then you have more space to work. So I work with 2 monitors right now, and I absolutely love it. Normally I have 3, but right now I have 2. So we can find extensions on Exchange, and you can also grab extensions. So let's look at that real quick. I'll let this load. There you go. So they have find thousands of extensions, plugins, scripts, and more to enhance creativity and extend functionality of Creative Cloud applications. So they have extensions. So the Ultimate Retouch Panel, Advanced Local Contrast Enhancer, and a lot more here. I'm not going to go through all these, but you can specifically look for Photoshop extensions. So I would just click here, and then that will direct you in the right direction. And there's 10 pages plus, I'm guessing, of Photoshop extensions. There are a lot. So there's free and paid as well. So it's a really cool thing. So 3D, that's just the 3D menu panel right here. Actions, this is what I was talking about earlier. You can create actions or scripts and write everything out and record yourself doing the action. So like, for example, if you wanted to create a new action, right, you'd hit record. And then action 1 would be grab the marquee tool and then use the gradient tool. Okay, so that would be one action. Okay, and then you could play it back. So you could apply that to an item and then it would run that action. So it would create the marquee tool and then apply that gradient if you wanted to do that. Okay, so I'm going to undo this and then we'll continue on. So we have adjustments right here, brush settings, so you can set the brush settings there, different sizes and color dynamics, etc. They have brushes here, so you can look at general brushes. These are the different styles that they have. Wet media brushes, those are cool. You know, so it's not working because I don't. There we go. Really? What on earth is going on? It would help if I had the brush tool. There we go. Okay, so I don't have that selected right now, but if I did this, then it works. Nice. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to do Control Z to undo that and close that out. Next, you got channels. So you got red, green, and blue. Character. So this is just for text. Character styles. Clone source. So you can clone a source. Let's see, color. So that's the color, and then you got swatches right here, which are right there. Styles, we got right here. Timeline down there for video. Tool presets. So you can literally turn all these on. So if I had them all on, that's basically all you're doing. We got libraries right there. Info. So there's a lot of stuff in the window menu. But these are all tools. So just think of these as all tools. And you can do tool presets. But that's why you want to work with the workspace and set up like the essential workspace. Figure out the way that you like it and then utilize that, because that's really going to help your workflow and optimize your time that you're putting forth on the work that you're doing. So with that, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the help menu. So let's go to Photoshop, which I have open here, and let's click on the help menu, click on home. And what that does is that takes you to the inside of Photoshop like you have a project. Kind of cool. You can do Photoshop help, which will take you to a website. So you can look at this and get started, tutorials, user guide, get quick answers and step-by-step instructions, tutorials for novice to expert to help you expand your skills. That's really the Adobe Photoshop Learn and Support page. Photoshop tutorials, I highly recommend checking these out. Adobe is great about this. Okay, that's fine. Firefox is fighting with me right now. But Adobe is great about this, about putting good tutorials up online. So they have, you can sort by beginner or experienced. So they'll give you more advanced projects, but I recommend looking at the beginner images. Look at the beginner tutorials to really expand your skills, because when I started using Photoshop, it was more for video. And as I've expanded my skill set throughout the years, I've done graphic design, print, web design, icon design, and mobile design. And so I've watched either tutorials here or on YouTube or somewhere else, free tutorials, learning different skills and stuff. So it's never a bad thing to keep learning, okay? So I highly recommend tutorials here or anywhere else you want to look. About plugins, so this is just a plugin that they have there. System info, this is just my system. Manage my account, it'll just take you to your account on adobe.com. Sign out, so you can sign out of your account. Don't recommend doing that. And then updates. So updates you're going to find in the, I'm going to go back here, in here. So if you just click on this little button here, actually click on that. Let me see if I can find where they have updates. Let me change everything on me again. Oh, right here. I'm blind. So if you go to the Creative Cloud desktop and go to updates, that's going to update everything. And they have an update all button. So when there's an update, it'll show you here, new updates are available. It'll show the Photoshop icon here. And then you just click update all. Or you can enable auto update, which would do it for you. It's up to you. I don't recommend doing that right away because sometimes there's bugs. So I'm going to close this out. Thank you for watching this. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back to section 3 in Photoshop menu keyboard shortcuts. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about file menu keyboard shortcuts. So let's head over to Photoshop, which I've already opened. And what I want you to do is create a new document. So click on Create New. And we're going to just create a default Photoshop size document. I'm going to hit OK. And now I'm going to talk about the keyboard shortcuts. So I'm not going to show you the menu. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the keyboard shortcuts. And I want you to watch down here. The keyboard shortcuts are going to pop up here. And then you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, so the first keyboard shortcut I'm going to go over is new. So I'm going to hit Control N. And what that's going to do is it's going to prompt you to create a document. So you can do the same document as we did or a different one. In this case, we're just going to do the same one. So I'll hit OK. And now we have document 2. Here, let me save this file. Save as. And we're going to go to the desktop and hit save. And please do this with me. Now I'm going to hit Control And now I can open up the untitled document. There you go. The next thing that we can do, and this only pertains to folks with Adobe Bridge, is if you hit Control-Alt-O, it's going to pop up Adobe Bridge. Now, if you don't have it installed, then this will not work. But I just wanted to show you that option because, again, I'm going through all the keyboard shortcuts in the File menu. So I'm going to close out Untitled 2. Okay, and the next keyboard shortcut we're going to do is Open As. So we're going to do Alt-Shift-Control-O. And I'm going to open up Untitled 2. And it's basically the same function as Open. Okay. The next thing I want to do is I want to close this right here without touching this document here. I'm just going to close this one. So we're going to hit Control-W. Okay. Now what I want you to do is use one of the keyboard shortcuts that we've already used, Control-O, open up Untitled 2. And now we're going to learn the next keyboard shortcut, which is Close All. So we're going to do Alt-Control-W. Okay, and what that's going to do is it's going to close all your documents out. So document 1 or Untitled 1 we lost because we didn't save it. So I'm going to go File, Save As. We're going to save it on the desktop. Okay. The next keyboard shortcut that we're going to talk about is Close and Go to Bridge. Okay, so let's hit Shift Control W. Okay. So what that's going to do, it should close everything and then take you to Bridge. Now I didn't do that, which is okay. And we're going to try that again just to see if it was a instructor error or something else. So hit Shift Control W. Okay. So what the idea of this shortcut is, it will close the project that you're on and go to Bridge. Okay. So I'm going to close Untitled. Actually, we don't need to close this one. I'm going to hit Control-N. We're going to make a new document. So I'm going to hit Control-N. Try that again. There we go. And I'll name this Untitled 3. Okay. Now I'm going to hit Control-S, which is our next keyboard shortcut, for Save. And what that's going to do is it's going to save it. And if we want to save as, we're going to hit Shift Control-S. Okay. And then we'll save it as Untitled 3. Because what it's going to do is when you create a new document, it's not going to allow you to save because you haven't saved as. You have to save as first, then you can save. Okay. Now, to revert, we're going to hit F12. Let's see if it lets me do it. I don't know if it will let me revert. Okay, so you can see here revert is not on. So essentially what revert does is if, let's say I make an error on here and I go haywire and do this and I go here, then I should be able to revert back. Okay. Let me see if it'll let me go undo revert. Okay. So to do a revert or to undo something, you hit F12. Okay. And that's going to revert back one spot. It won't let you revert again. It's only going to let you do it once. Okay. So the idea behind it is if you have one mistake that you made that you want to correct, that's the keyboard shortcut to use is revert. Export as. So let's say that I want to use the brush tool again. Okay, web. Okay, I'm just going to write out web. And we're going to save this, we're going to export as. So I'm going to hit Alt-Shift-Control-W. Okay. Now what that's going to do is allow me to export as, and I can select the format. So I can do PNG for web, JPEG, GIF, SVG for web. Okay. I can pick the best format that I want or need for that project and then export all. And then what it's going to do is if you do Untitled 3, I'll hit Save. Okay, now file info. If I want to check out the file info of this particular project, I hit Alt-Shift-Control. Oops, hold on a second. Alt-Shift-Control Alt-Shift-Control-L. Okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do file info. So I'm going to click on it first just to make sure that I'm hitting the right thing, which I believe I am. So what I'm going to do is I think it's Control Alt-Shift, whoops, here, Alt-Shift-Control-I. There you go. So it's not L, it's actually I. My apologies for the confusion on that. But what that does is this will show you all the information, all the metadata on this document. Okay. And you can add metadata to it as well. So you can document title, author, description, rating, etc., keywords, all this jazz and stuff that's important. You can put it here. Okay. So the next thing we're going to talk about is print. So if I hit Control P, then I can print, and you can see my printer here and the document here, and you can go through the rest of the prompts and all that stuff. To print one copy, we're going to hit Alt-Shift-Control-P, and I don't know if you can hear that, but it's going right to my printer. So it's not even going to prompt you and let you do any options. It's just going to go right to your printer if it's set up, and it'll start printing. Okay, so that's print one copy. Now the last shortcut that we're going to learn is exit. So first what I want you to do is I want you to close all with Alt-Control-W. Okay, now it's going to prompt you to save, so say yes. And then hit Control-X or Control-Q. There you go. So that is the file menu keyboard shortcuts. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome back to this lecture. We're going to talk about the edit menu shortcuts. So let's open up Photoshop if you haven't already. And the first thing I want you to do is create a new document. So we're going to use the keyboard shortcut that we learned in the previous lecture, Control-N, to create a new document. Okay, so if I click inside of Photoshop and I hit Control-N, we're going to give it a name of Untitled 4. I'm going to hit OK. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control-Shift-S to save, and we're going to save this on the desktop. And now what I need to do is I need to create some content so we can learn about the edit menu shortcuts, because the ones we're going to be focusing on here is undo, redo, toggle last state, fade, cut, copy, copy merge, paste, and paste special. Those are the first couple that we're going to talk about. So what I want to do is I'm going to create a couple layers here. So go right down here and click on create a new layer. And I'm going to grab the paintbrush and we're going to kind of go like this. And then I'm going to grab another layer. I'm going to change the color to black, and then we're going to do that. And then I'll do one more. And let's just pick red. That's fine. And we'll do the same thing. Okay. Now, so we've created 3 layers. So to undo something, we're going to hit Control Z. Okay, so that's the first thing. So you can see undo new layer. Now, if we wanted to redo that, we're going to hit Shift Control Z, and that will redo what we just undid. Okay. To toggle the last state, we're going to hit Alt Control Z. So that's going to undo it again. And then to redo it, we're just going to do Control Shift Z. Okay. So basically what this does is it redos and undoes what we did. And this is important because when you're working with multiple layers and you're editing, let's say you're editing a picture and you're touching something up and you do 50 touch-ups, sometimes you're going to have to undo what you're doing. Okay. Once you get very good at it, you're going to do less, but you're still going to need that tool. It's a very important tool in Photoshop. Okay. So to do fade, we're going to hit Shift Control F. Okay. And what that's going to do is it's going to pop up here and you can select the mode and we can edit the fade. Okay. So what it's doing is we have this one layer selected, layer 3, and we're adding a fade to it. So we can fade it. We can change the mode. So we can do difference. We can do color burn. You know, You can do all sorts of fun stuff with that. Now, to undo that, what are we going to do? We're going to hit Control Z, and that's going to undo that effect. Okay. Now, to cut this layer, we're going to hit Control X. Okay. In fact, you're going to have to hit Control A to select all and then Control X. Okay. Now, if you wanted to paste this on a new layer, let's say you wanted to paste it on layer 4, then what we're going to do is we're going to hit Control V. Okay. And if I wanted to paste it in place, we're going to hit Shift Control V. Okay. If I want to paste into, and I'm going to hide these two layers so we can see what we're doing, Alt Shift Control V to paste into. Okay. If we want to search, we're going to hit Control F. Okay, so we can search inside of Photoshop for different things. Okay, so if I hit that again, it'll disappear. Content Aware Scale. If you hit Alt Shift Control C, okay, now we know what the Content Aware Scale is, basically, where you can see the border of the layer. Okay. The other way to do that is Control T, which is the transform tool. Okay, but that's actually what I'm going to be talking right now. Next is the free transform tool is Control T, and what that's going to do is let you move it around, resize it, etc. So we can change it and move it over here in the corner. Okay. If I hit again, so Shift Control T, I can shrink it down multiple times. So if I hit Control Z and bring it back up, and then I want to bring it down one, I hit Control Shift. Well, actually Shift Control T. Either way it works. Control Shift T or Shift Control T. And what it's going to do is it's going to proportionally drop the size down. Okay. So if I do undo, actually let's redo it. So if I do Control Shift Z again, there we go, and then do Control Shift T, bring that down, then I can go to this layer, the black brush here, and do the same thing. Okay, and bring that down to size. And then Control T to transform it or move it. And then there you go. So that is that. Now the color settings, we can do Shift Control K, and then you can edit the color settings. Okay. Now you're wondering why is this sequence this way? Well, the reason why it's that way is all the keyboard shortcuts are right here. Okay, that we're going over. And now we're going to talk about keyboard shortcuts. So in order to get there, we're going to do Alt Shift Control K. Okay. That's going to take you to the keyboard shortcuts and menus. And what you can do in here, we're on the tools right now, but if I go to application menus, we're in the edit menu right now. You can see all the keyboard shortcuts right here. Okay. And you can add to that. You can click on one, add a keyboard shortcut. I'm not going to do that at this point, but that is a possibility of, changing up the keyboard shortcuts. I want to keep it as default right now so you can learn the ones that they have, and as you're comfortable, then you can move on to that if you see fit. Okay, so I'm going to go to menus, and so like I said, you can go to any menu here and you can edit the Photoshop default keyboard shortcuts to whatever you want. So if you wanted to change something, you could. Okay, so that's the keyboard shortcuts and the menus. So let me go rewind for a second. If I hit Alt Shift Control K, that takes me to keyboard shortcuts. Okay, if I hit Alt Shift Control M, that takes me to the menu section of that. And if I hit Control K, that takes me to preferences. So that will take me right to preferences, and then I can go in and I can work on whatever I need to in preferences. Okay? So that's the edit menu keyboard shortcuts. All right, so thanks for watching. this lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to talk about the image menu keyboard shortcuts. So let's head over to Photoshop if you're not already there. I actually still have Untitled 4 up on the screen here, so I'm going to hit Control S to save because I see this little star here, which means I need to save. So I'm going to hit OK. And we're going to talk about this menu right here. So they have quite a few shortcuts here. There's some in there. So in adjustments, so we're going to be doing a couple of adjustments first. Then we're going to do auto tone and then image size and canvas size. Okay, so that's pretty much going to be this lecture. So the first thing I want to do is I want to give this kind of a wild background. So I'm going to unlock this layer. I'm going to give it a red background with yellow. Okay, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the adjustments. Okay, and so we're going to adjust the levels. So I'm going to hit Control L, and we're going to put this on preview. And what you can do is when we start moving stuff around here, you can see what's going on over here. Okay, that's why I picked a darker color, because it's easier to see what we're doing. So if I go like this and move this way, then you can see, okay, that's what it's doing. All right, so if I hit OK and then save that, that's the levels. Okay, now I'm going to hit Control M to go to the curves. Okay, and same thing, we're going to leave the preview on, and then we're just going to move stuff around, and you're going to see it's going to change the color. Okay, so we can move it a little bit up or down. We can also move it this way as well. Okay, so that's the curves. The next thing we're going to talk about is Control U, which is the hue and saturation. So you can really change this up a lot just with the hue and saturation. So we can make it darker, and we can go this way, you know. Okay, and hit OK. Then we can do color balance. So if I hit Control B, now we can do color balance. So I can move the colors this way, that way. So I can go lighter. There you go. Okay, I'll hit OK. We can also do black and white. So if I do Alt-Shift-Control and B, then what it's going to do is make the background black or a darker color, and then you can edit the, I mean, you can still edit it more, but it essentially is making it that color, black and white, or darkening it, I should say. To invert, we're going to hit Control I. Okay, so invert is going to do the opposite of what we have there. So I'm going to hit Control Z to undo that. To desaturate, we're going to hit Shift Control U. Supposedly that worked. Let me see something. Yep, that worked. Okay, I wanted to make sure. To do auto tone, we're going to do Shift Control L. Okay, now this is not really a good image for that, so what I want to do is hit Control N. We're going to do Untitled 5, and I'm going to give this kind of a, let's make a new layer here. I'm going to grab the brush, and I'm going to do this and that, and then let's do the background. I'm going to unlock that. We're going to go to a gradient and just kind of do that. And then we'll change this. I'm going to delete this one. Yes. And then I'm going to make a new layer and give it a white brush and then do that. Okay, now we're going to do auto tone. So if we do Shift Control L, it's going to auto tone this. Now, this is really better for an image. So here's what I want you to do. We're going to go to your favorite web browser, that is Google Chrome, Firefox. We're going to go to Google, and I'm going to type in landscape. Okay, and we're going to go to images, and just grab this image here. Okay, I'm going to save as right to the desktop. Close out your browser and then hit Control O and bring the photo in. There you go. Beautiful. Now, if I do the same shortcut of Shift Control L, it's going to auto tone, so you can see what it did here. I'm going to hit Control Z to undo. Okay, so it set the auto tone, so I'm going to redo that. Okay, we can also do auto contrast. So we can do Alt Shift Control L, okay, and then Shift Control B for auto color. So you can see it changed it again. And if you didn't see it, I'll undo it, and then we'll redo what we just did so you can see it. Okay, so that is the keyboard shortcuts for adjustments and also for auto tone, auto contrast, and auto color. And it's really better for images that you've taken of an environment somewhere. This is not really a good use for those tools because there's nothing to auto tone. It's already got everything it needs. So I'm going to save this with Control S and then close this one out with Control W. And then this image, what I want to do is I want to look at the image size. So we're going to hit Alt Control L. Nope, that's the wrong one. Alt Control I. There we go. And you're going to see the image size here. So we have the original size and it's in inches right now. So if we want to change that to pixels, it's 1,000 pixels by 667 pixels, and it's 72 DPI, or the resolution is 72 dots per inch. So it's a lower res image. So I'm going to hit OK. Now, if we wanted to see the canvas size, we're going to hit Alt Control C. And now we can see what the size is, the canvas, so the background of this. So there's a differentiation between the canvas size and the image size. The canvas size, if I change this to 1200, okay, we're going to have space on the right and the left. And then if I hit Alt Control again and C, if I hit the right keys, there we go. And I did 1200 here. Okay, we're going to have space, the top and the bottom, everywhere, because the image itself, this image, if we look at it again, Alt Control I and not L, I keep hitting L, my apologies. The width and the height of this is only 1200. Okay, now it's gone up, but when we looked at it before, it was not 1200 by 1200. So we can actually shrink this down. We can do 600 by 600, okay? And we keep the canvas the way it is, okay? So that's the difference between image size and canvas size. But again, I want to focus on the keyboard shortcuts, and that's why it's important to understand these, because if you're working with a lot of images, you want to use a lot of these keyboard shortcuts. You're going to use levels, curves, hue and saturation, color balance, black and white, invert, desaturate, auto tone, auto contrast, auto color are commonly used tools that quickly get your images where they need to be right away. And then if you have to adjust the image size or the canvas size, then you can do that. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the layer menu shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts. So the first thing I want to do is we're going to close out this image that we worked with in the previous video. So I'm going to save it. And Untitled 4, we'll just hit Control S and then Control W to close that out. Now what I want to do is hit Control N, and we're going to do Untitled 6. Okay, I'm going to hit Control Shift S, and we're going to save that to the desktop. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to learn about the layers. Okay, so we're going to talk specifically about the layer menu, and a lot of the shortcuts here are going to be ones that you can see right in front of you here. Right there and then right here. Okay, so I just want to give you kind of a visual aid on that. So if I hit, so I want you to watch from down here or wherever your layers panel is. If we hit Shift Control N, what that's going to do is it's going to prompt up a new layer. Okay, so we can name it whatever we want. We can also give it a color, and we can put it in a mode. So if you want to give it a different mode, then you can. I'm going to leave it as normal. I'm going to hit OK. And now you can see layer 1 is red, and it's selected, right? So if I do another one, let's do Shift-Control-N, and let's give this one orange. Okay, and we'll just keep it layer 2. And then let's make another one, and we're going to give it yellow. Okay, and then we'll make another one, and we're going to give it the color green, and we'll do 3 more. So we're going to do blue, violet, and then gray. Okay, so we should have a total of 7 new layers that we've created with this keyboard shortcut. And the reason why that's important, okay, the reason why creating a new layer is important is because I use this tool all the time. Whenever I need a new layer, Shift-Control-N, this is one of the main keyboard shortcuts I use. Okay, I could spend an entire course just talking about layers. So the point is that new layer is a great keyboard shortcut. Okay, and it's going to make your life so much easier. So the next thing we're going to talk about is layer via copy. So if I hit Control J, it's going to copy layer 7, which I got to be honest, I didn't even know that you could do that. That's awesome. That's something that I learned when I was researching for this course. Okay. Now, if we want to cut that layer, we can hit Shift Control J. And what that's going to do, so if I hit Shift Control J, it's going to cut the layer, and then we're going to hit, let's see, how do I paste this then? Okay, well, that's to duplicate it. The cut, I guess I'll just delete it. The layer via cut, I don't even know why that's a keyboard shortcut, honestly. If we wanted to export a layer as a JPEG, you hit Shift Control exclamation point or apostrophe. Okay, and it's empty, right? So let's do this. Let's grab a brush, and I'm going to do that, and then we'll try it again. And now you can see I can export it right from the layer. That's awesome. So that's a quick export as PNG is what that is. So if I save this as layer 7, how cool is that to be able to go from the layer and just quick export it out as a quick export as PNG. That's awesome. Now, if you want to export as, we're going to hit Alt, Shift, Control, apostrophe, right? And what that's going to do is it's going to take us to the prompt menu where we can select the format and select a lot more options here. So I can export all, and we're going to call this layer 78 instead of 7, so I can save it. And then when I go, okay, so I'm going to save this with Control S. Now, the next thing we can do is create a clip-in mask. So if I hit Alt, Control G, okay, what that's going to do is it's going to mask what I have. So layer masks are really cool. Basically, the idea behind it is you put an object here, and then you can mask over it with something. Or you can hide part of it and then show other parts of it. That's another entire course I can go over. So I'm not going to cover it in depth. I'm just going to give you a broad stroke, and that's really the broad stroke at this point. Now, the next shortcut is group layers. So if we hit Control G, this is a crazy cool keyboard shortcut because I just did that 6 times, right? So if I hit Control Z, okay, and go back, you see that I don't have to even use my mouse really when I'm doing this. You still need a mouse for this, but that's all you should be using the mouse for, is for that. Like, I shouldn't have to use it for tools. I should know what the shortcuts are so that I can, you see what I'm doing here? I'm going haywire right now. But the point is that if you know the keyboard shortcuts, you don't need to use this or this at all, really. And then you can focus on getting work done. So anyway, Control G is an awesome keyboard shortcut because you can create groups with this. So I can grab these layers, throw them up here, grab these layers, throw them in group 2. Okay. And if you highlight it and then hit Control G, they go inside, right? So if I created, so let's go outside of the box here and we're going to do Shift Control N. So we'll do a couple layers here. Just make 4 layers. Highlight them, then hit Control G, and now you have group 4. That's how easy it is. And that makes it really easy to group layers. Now if you don't want to ungroup, you hit Shift Control G, okay, and then it will ungroup it. If you want to hide the layers, hit Control and comma, that will hide the layers. You want to unhide the layers, do the same thing. If you want to lock the layers, Control \\, and that will lock the layers. Now, these are 2 keyboard shortcuts, again, that I did not know before I researched this. What I've been doing is the old school way, which you highlight it and then you click on this. So I've actually learned a few things here, and I'm quite proud of saying that I'm always willing to learn something. So I'm never the smartest person in the room. I'm kind of in the middle, okay? So let me undo that. Now you can merge down. So if I hit Control E, what this is going to do is it's going to merge all those layers together, okay? And then merge visible, we're going to hit Shift Control E. And that will do all of them. So all the layers were grouped together. So you can merge down, which means any layers that are highlighted, they're going to merge together. And then merge visible means all your layers are going to be flattened into one. So if you want to export this out as an image, it will do that if you save it as an image. But this is another way you can do that, where if you want to, merge them together, that's a way to do it. All right, so I'm going to save this file. I'm going to undo that and undo that as well. And thanks for watching this lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the select menu keyboard shortcuts. So let's go to the select menu just real quick so I can show you what we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about select all, deselect, reselect, inverse, all layers, find layers, select a mask, and that's really it. All right, so let's do it. So I left this Untitled 6 open because we already have layers here. So I'm going to hit Control A to select layer 8 only, Control D to deselect. So this is a tool, Control A and Control D, I use all the time. I absolutely love this tool because what it does, if I go to layer 7, right, and I Control A, Control C, Control X, and then do Control Shift N and make layer 12 and Control V, I can paste it in here. And then if I do this, I can move it around with Control T. Control A allows me to move it as well because it's a selection tool. So that's another way you can do it. And then Control D to deselect. Okay. Now to reselect, we're going to do Shift Control D. Okay. And then Control D to deselect. Inverse is going to be Shift Control I. Actually, it's L. Okay. Control Z to undo that. So Shift Control L to inverse. Control Z to uninverse. To select all layers, we're going to hit Alt Control A. Okay. So that'll select all the layers that are not locked. Okay. Alt Shift Control. That's a funky one. Alt Shift Control F to find layers. You can search right there. So if you have a whole panel, let's say you have 100 layers, right? So let's do that for a second here. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Okay, I'm not going to do 100 layers. I'll do 20 layers. So use the keyboard shortcut Control Shift N and make 7 more layers or however more you need to get to 20. And then what you can do is you can use Alt Shift Control F to find a layer. So we'll do layer 1. Okay, there's layer 1. So it popped up. Okay, so It's just a quicker way to even get to this. I mean, you can click there and do it, but if you're over here and then you want to do it, it's all about speed. So you do whatever you need to do. So now what we can do is we can select all the layers with Alt-Control-A. Okay, if it lets me. It was working. What's it doing? Here we go. Alt-Control-A. All right, I'm going to do it old school. I'm going to hold Shift and select all. There we go. We're going to select and mask. So I'm going to do Alt-Control-R. Okay. Let's go to layer 12 and try that again. So we're going to do Alt-Control-R. Okay. So now hit OK. And there you go. So now we've masked that layer. Okay. So that is the select menu keyboard shortcuts. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the filter menu keyboard shortcuts. So let's head over to Photoshop. If you're not already there, open up Untitled 6 for me. So I'm going to hit Control S to save this because I've been using this for a couple videos now. And we're going to learn about filter. Okay, so if you ran a filter, so like Liquify, I just clicked on this and there's not really anything we can do with this per se. So let's hit Control O. We really need an image. And grab our image. And what I'm going to do is now I can give it kind of a filter gallery. Or click on the filter gallery and just give it an effect. Okay. Now what you can do is if you hit Alt Control F, it's going to do the last filter. Okay. We can also do different filters. So if I do Alt Shift Control A, it's supposed to do an adaptive wide angle. Okay, there we go. So that did work, sort of. Okay, so I'll hit OK. Then we can do camera raw filter. So if I do Shift Control A, okay, click Get Started, then I can, mess around with this and just kind of play with the levers here. Hit OK. All right, then I can do lens correction. So if I do Shift Control R, we can do lens correction. So I'll hit OK. We can liquify. So Shift Control X will liquify. So if I just do this, can kind of go wild. And then vanishing point. So if I do Alt Control V, okay, are you sure you want to convert colors? Yes. Okay. There you go. And I'll hit OK. Okay. Now, that's how you use the keyboard shortcuts for filter. So that's just these right here. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk briefly about the view menu keyboard shortcuts. So you can see here, if I go to view, we can look at proof colors, gamut warning. So Control Y, Shift Control Y for gamut warning. Zoom in, I'll show you that one. Zoom out, fit on screen, 100%. Extras, snap. So this one's already on. So if you hit Shift Control and then this little thing right next to the Enter key, and etc. Ruler is Control R. So the ones we're going to focus on are these four right here. So we're going to talk about zoom in. So Control plus, zoom out, Control minus, fit on screen, Control 0, and then 100% is Control and 1. Okay? So that is, in a nutshell, the view menu keyboard shortcuts. There's not a lot in this menu, which is okay. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the window menu keyboard shortcuts. So if I go to window, just real quick so I can show you, you can see some of the keyboard shortcuts here. You have F7 for layers, F8 for info, colors, brush settings, and then action right there. Okay, so those are the ones we're going to talk about. Now the first thing I want to talk about though is the tab key. So if I hit tab, that's going to hide all the tools, and if I hit F and then F again, that's going to get us the full screen mode. Okay, so if I hit F again and hit tab, everything comes back. Okay, now if I hit Alt Alt F9, my Actions panel pops up, and if I hit it again, it disappears. Brush settings, if I hit F5, it should pop up and then disappear. Color, if I do F6, it's going to pop up and then disappear. Info, F8. Really, where's the info? It should work. There it is. So if I hit F8, it doesn't want to work. Okay. I'm hitting F8. I don't know why it's not working. So I'll just hide it. And then the last one is layers. So if I hit F7, it's going to hide it and then bring it back. Okay. So that's the window menu. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video we're going to talk about the help menu keyboard shortcuts. So let me go to the help menu real quick just so you can see. And we're only going to talk about one keyboard shortcut, which is awesome. So if I hit F1, supposedly if I hit F1, wow, it does not want to work for me. That's awesome. So I'm just going to go click on the help menu and hit it. Photoshop help. What it's supposed to do, see, it did work. It just didn't pop up. See, I opened up 2 tabs here along with this one. So it did work. When you hit F1, what it's going to do is take you to your default web browser and take you to helpx.adobe.com so you can get more help on Photoshop. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to section 3, where we're going to talk about the Photoshop tools. So let's go inside of Photoshop here. So I'm going to click on Create New, if it lets me, and then I'm going to go to Photo, and we're going to do Default Photoshop Size. Okay, and I'm going to hit Create. And what we're going to talk about in this lecture is the Move tool. So there are 2 Move tools. Well, there's one Move tool, but 2 tools inside of the Move tool menu. So we have the Move tool, and then we have the Artboard tool. Okay, so the Move tool is exactly what it says it is, the Move tool. So if I create a vector rectangle here, okay, so now I have one layer there. If I grab the Move tool, I can move this around. All right, if I hold Alt and drag this out, and I want to maneuver these to where they're close to one another, and I select both layers, I can move both of them with the Move tool. If I hold Alt and drag it over, okay, and I highlight all these, holding Shift and clicking down, I can move them all wherever we need them to go. And if I hold Control and move my mouse around, it's going to show me I'm 272 pixels from the bottom to the edge of the rectangle here, and I'm 272 pixels from the top of the document to the rectangles here. On the left and the right, we're 62 pixels from the left side and 61 pixels from the right side. So that's the Move tool. Now the other tool we're going to talk about is the Artboard tool. So if we go to where the Move tool is and I right click and I click on Artboard, I can highlight this, I can click and drag, and what that's going to do is give us the option to create more artboards. So we can make an artboard on top, to the left, to the bottom, or to the right. So let's say that we're going to make we want to make that. Okay, now if I zoom out, you can see now I have 4 artboards. Okay, I have the main artboard here, and then I have 3 more. Okay, so if I was doing a storyboard for a course, let's say, and I wanted to put each lecture, each scene, and each individual artboard, I could do that. Okay, and what I could do too is I could highlight all the layers, hold Alt, and then drag it over to Artboard 2. And then if I go back to the Artboard tool, okay, then I can select it and add more. Let me do that again. Here we go. And then click on the plus sign here. Okay, so let's keep the 4 there. And then if I zoom out and I select these rectangles, hold Alt and drag them over, and then do that again. Now I have scenes on each one. And there you go. So that's the Move tool and the Artboard tool. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the rectangular marquee tool and the elliptical marquee tool. So let me go to the untitled document here that we never saved. I'm going to do File, Save As, and I'm going to save it to the desktop. Okay, and I'm going to hit Save. I'll hit OK. And then what we're going to do is we're going to work with the rectangular marquee tool. So I'm going to highlight that. So if I click here, and I'm going to zoom into this one right here. So this is Artboard 1. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight all these layers and hit delete. Okay, and then what we're going to do is zoom in one more time. So we just see this one artboard. Okay, so when I select the rectangular tool here and I click and drag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on a new layer here, and then I'm going to select blue. So we're going to click on the paint bucket, and I'm going to highlight that. And then I'm going to drag this down, so I'm going to hold Alt. Oh, let me go back to the Move tool. There we go. I'm going to hold Alt and drag that down and line it up. And then I'm going to switch the colors here. So I'm going to flip this, or you can hit X to flip it, and then G for the bucket, the paint bucket. And there you go. So now we have two different colors. So that's how you use the rectangular marquee tool. Now the other thing we can do is if I right click on the marquee tool, we can grab the elliptical marquee tool. Okay. And what that's going to do is if I create a new layer, I can draw this inside. It's kind of like an oval shape. And if I select, I have the right color selected, so I'm going to select the paint bucket tool and then paste that in. Then if I hold Alt and drag it down and then hit X to flip the colors and then G for the paint bucket, now I can see, I can put the elliptical marquee tool inside of a rectangle. Okay. You also have the single row marquee tool right here. So if I hit that and then hit delete, you're going to see what's going to happen. Absolutely nothing, because I have the wrong layer selected. So what it's going to do is if I put it here and hit delete, it should cut that out, just the one little space. So you see that it cut out just that one pixel there. And then if I go the other way, okay, to kind of make like a bullseye here and hit delete, now you can see we have kind of a bullseye in the middle. Okay, and I'll do that again down here just to show you again how this works. If I grab the row marquee, the single row marquee tool first, put it around the center, hit delete, then it's going to draw a line right through where we placed it, and then the single column on top, same deal. Now it may not be exactly in the middle, but close. And the idea is just to understand what the tool does, so you can see that's what it does. So if you need a line and you've made a box, for example, you can grab that the single line, single row marquee tool or single column marquee tool. So this one goes horizontal and the column marquee tool goes vertical. All right. So I'm going to hit Control D to deselect that. And thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the lasso tool. So in Photoshop here, I'm going to right click on the lasso tool here. So we have the lasso tool, the polygonal lasso tool, and then the magnetic lasso tool. So let's do File, Save. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to use the lasso tool first. Okay, so basically it's going to be a free drawing selection tool. Okay, so once you see the, okay, and if I hit delete, it's going to delete it. If I hit Control Z to undo that, I can hit Control C, Control X to cut and copy, and then Control Shift N for a new layer, and Control V to paste it, whatever I highlighted with the lasso tool, that's what it's going to select. So think of the lasso as a free selection tool, right? So I can go around here and I can highlight this whole thing. It's going to grab everything inside of my canvas. Now, if I use the polygonal lasso tool, let's look at that. So I'm going to right click on the lasso tool and go to that. Okay, you can see if I hold shift, it'll draw a straight line. If I hold shift, it'll be a straight line. Still shift. Okay. And then I can draw it until I see this little circle, which means I've reached the end point. Okay. So again, the same thing is I can Control C, Control X, and it's going to cut and copy whatever layer I'm on. So layer 3, I could Control V layer 3, and then it'll make another layer. There we go. And that's really the polygonal tool. It lets you, let me select it again here. It's more for straight objects. You don't have to do straight objects with it, but it's very angled. So that's really what it's designed for, is that. So if you're going to do like a polygon, let's say, I'm going to hit Control Z here. Okay, there we go. Control D, I mean. If I was going to do a polygon, very angle oriented, or a triangle, right? So if I wanted to do a triangle of something, it's very easy to do because it's polygonal. Create straight edged selections. So again, that's the idea. Now the last one is the magnetic lasso tool, which is more for, makes a selection by snapping to image edges. So for this example, what it's going to do, and it's going to create points. So you see the points here. And the reason why it does that is then it knows where it is, and it's magnetic. So it's going to magnetically attach to this rectangle because it's realizing that it's an image, right? And then, so this is the endpoint with a little circle. Okay, that's one way to do it. Now the other way, if I'm doing this oval here, same thing. It's going to be magnetic and it's going to attach to it, but you don't want to go too far off because then it's not going to catch it. You have to kind of, this is more of a sensitive tool because, like I said, if we're trying to select this, okay, then you have to use some precision here. And you can do it as long as you are kissing the edge, so to speak. Okay? As long as you pull it towards the edge, it's going to, for the most part, work on its own. Okay, you see how I kind of went off the rails there a little bit, which is okay. I mean, you could, let's try it one more time here, just to get it to, so it does take some practice to get used to it. It's not exactly where I want it, but that's all right. You get the idea. That's the whole point of this, is just to show you how the tools work so that you can utilize them for your projects and be efficient. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the quick selection tool. So the quick selection tool is right here. It's right by the magic wand tool. So I'm going to click on quick selection, and you're going to love this tool. This is a very cool tool. So if I go and I zoom in on this octagon here, or polygon, elliptical, okay, and I select the quick selection tool, I'm going to show you the little description here. It's going to make a selection by finding and following the edges in an image. Okay, so you see the example there. So what it's going to do is if I grab, okay, well, it should be cooperating with me, but it's going to grab everything because there's not an image here. Okay, so what I want you to do is let's go to your favorite web browser, and I'm going to go to google.com. and let's look up kittens. Okay. And I'm going to do images, and I'm just going to grab the cutest kitten I can find. So this one right here, and I'll right click on that and just save it to the desktop. Okay. And then I'm going to close this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use this quick selection tool to just select a kitten. Okay. So you see what happened there. It grabbed everything because we went outside the scope of the image. But if I try again and we just do this, right? And really the idea behind this, as I goof it up again, the idea behind this is to make it easy to select certain objects in the image. So there we go, success. So if I hit Control C, Control X, I'm going to cut out the kitten from there and then paste the little guy in here. And you can see we still need to do some cleanup, but the idea is you select him and then clean him up in here. Okay, so that's that layer. So if I turn these off, okay, then we can work with the kitten inside of here, and I can use the magic eraser tool to cut that out. Now it's going to, because the tolerance level is so high, if I set it to 10, that should clean it up. There we go. So that's how you use the quick selection tool. Now the magic wand tool, if I right click on the quick selection tool and do the magic wand tool, what that's going to do is it's going to select by the tolerance level here of 32, set range when sampling color. So if it's selecting the same color, so for this example, if I select this right here, it's going to select everything because there's no tolerance. It's all the same color. All right, but if I go for the little kitten here, let's see if I can highlight them. There we go, layer 5. Okay, so you can see here it's grabbing more of the lighter colors here, right? And if I go back here and select this, you can see it's going to select certain parts of the kitten because of the tolerance level. Now if I adjust that to 10, okay, then what it's going to do is it's going to select everything. So you see the selection tools all the way around the canvas. Okay. And I think if you hold Shift, you can select multiple spots. Yep, there it is. Okay. So I can select more of the kitten than just this, because this is just going to go by the color. Now, if I set the tolerance to 50, okay, you're going to see it's going to select more of the kitten. Okay. There you go. Isn't he cute? All right. So there we go. And then I dragged him over here. So you can see that it selected most of the kitten, not all of it, but most of it. So I'm going to put him back together again. All right. So that is the quick selection tool and the magic wand tool. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the crop tool. So I'm going to do File, Save, to make sure we save our progress here. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do a crop of the little kitten here. So you can see here we have these little markers all the way around. And one way to do it is you can just drag them all this way. And then we can crop out everything except for the little cute little kitten here. All right, so I'm going to save that. And then let's do File, New. And I'm going to do Photo, default Photoshop size. Photoshop, and so I'm going to hit Control A, unlock this layer, hit Control A, Control C, and then go to Untitled 1 and hit Control V. And I'm going to hit the E key and erase the background so that we have just the white cat there for the most part. Okay. I'm going to do File, Save As, and we're going to save this as Untitled 12. Hit save, and I'll hit OK. And now what we're going to do is we're going to crop him out. So I'll show you how this looks when you use the crop tool. If I just click and drag, then I can crop out everything around it and just focus, just get to the focal point here of just doing that right there. Okay, so that's the crop tool. Now the perspective crop tool is kind of like I want to say that it crops an image to correct distortions caused by perspective. Okay, so it's the same idea. You can, okay, so we can do that. And then if you click on the check mark, then it's going to crop it. All right. The next thing is the slice tool. So if we were going to optimize this for the web, we would slice this into one slice and then optimize that for the web. Okay. And that's the slice tool. Now the slice select tool is going to let me select slices. So in this case, we only have one, but if we had another slice, then you could select it there. All right. So that's the crop tool, the perspective crop tool, the slice tool, and the slice select tool. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the frame tool. So let's do File, Save, to save our little kitty image here. And then we're going to go to the frame tool, which creates a placeholder frame for images. So I'm going to click on that, and we're going to drag it here. And then I'm going to hit Open. And we're going to open the cat picture up, or the kitten. And there you go. He's inside a little frame, so you can move him around. And that's really the frame tool. There isn't a lot to it, but it's a very handy tool to have. And if I double click on this, then we can put the image inside of there. And you can move it around. So I'm going to close the kitten report. I'm going to save this, close that. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to close Untitled 1. All right, so I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the eyedropper tool, the 3D material eyedropper tool, the color sampler tool, the ruler tool, the note tool, and the count tool. All right, so let's go into Photoshop here where I'm already opened up, and let's go to the eyedropper. So the eyedropper tool samples colors from an image, okay? So if I click on this, and let me just see what the keyboard shortcut is. So it's, the keyboard shortcut is I, okay? So if I hit V for the move tool and then hit I, now I have the eyedropper, okay? And if I hit Z, that's the zoom tool, and I click in here, okay, I'm going to zoom in on the kitty here, and then I'm going to hit I for the eyedropper tool. So if I hover over his little eye here, and I click, it's going to give me that color. So light gray. If I go to a darker color, let's say this one, okay, then it gives me black. If I click here, it gives me kind of a pink for his pink nose. If I go here, it's more of like a lighter, like a darker white. Okay. So let me go to his nose. So that is the eyedropper tool. Now, I use this all the time for a variety of things when I'm picking out colors for my designs or logos. I'll go and I'll get ideas and use the eyedropper to grab the colors and then work from there. So you can see this is kind of like a mix between blue and green. And it gives you the code right here. So that is the eyedropper tool. Now the next tool on here, if I right click and go to the 3D material eyedropper tool, it loads a selection material for a 3D object. Now I don't have a 3D object to show you, but that's what the tool does. It will, like I said, it loads the selected materials from a 3D object. Okay. Next up, I have the color sampler tool. So if I hover over this, it displays the values for colors in an image. So for example, if I go here to the kitty and I click on his nose, it's going to give me the RGB code. So you see right here, I have 196, 124, and 140. And if I go here to his little eye, then it's going to give me that code as well, which is number 2. So it's numbered, so we have 1, 2, and then if I want to get the color of his ear, then it does 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and so on and so forth. You can go on for a while here and select a lot of colors if you need to. But this is a great way to grab all those colors, and then you could create them as a swatch. So if I went to the window and went to swatches, we could create a swatch from that, like this, and we can make it swatch 1, and then you would just do, we'd go to number 2 here, and we would actually use the eyedropper for that. Okay, so on and so forth. Okay, so let me close that. Then the next tool we're going to talk about is the ruler tool. So what this is going to do is it's going to give you a measurement. Okay. Now, let me open up the color sampler tool here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reset the workspace here, and then I'm going to use this tool, and what it's going to do, it'll bring that back, and then what I'm going to do when I bring the ruler tool in here, it's going to give me the measurement. So you can see right here the width is 141 and the height is negative 108, and we are using pixels. Okay, so I'm going to hit File, Save to save this document, and so that's how you use the ruler. Now, if I right-click on the ruler tool and go to Note and click here, I can write this is a note, and over here I can write this is a note number 2. Okay, and so if I click on these, if I use the Move tool and then I click on it, it's going to show me the note. Okay, then the final tool that we're going to use in here, if I right click, is the count tool. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So there you go. That's the eyedropper tool and the toolbar with all the other tools in it. So it's not just the eyedropper, but it's the 3D material eyedropper tool, the color sampler tool, the ruler tool, the note tool, and the count tool. All right. So thanks for watching. Hit Control S for me to save this, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. In this video, we're going to cover the Move tool. So let's open up Photoshop. I'm going to click on Create New, and I want you to make a document. So we're just going to grab the default Photoshop size, and I'm going to call this Untitled 1 is fine. And we're going to go File, Save As, and I'm going to save this to my desktop so that I have a file there. Now, here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the Move tool. So right here, if you go hover over the top tool here, if I hit V, so if I go to a different tool here and I hit V, it takes me right to the Move tool. If I right click, then I have the Artboard tool. So the Artboard tool, I can create an artboard out of nothing, which is quite interesting. So I'm going to give you an example of the Move tool real quick, and then we'll talk about more about the Artboard tool. So if I grab the rectangular marquee tool, and I need to make a new layer here, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to drag this out, and I'm going to reset these colors to black and white, and then I'm going to hit the paint bucket, and I'm going to fill this color. Fill it with color. Okay, now if I go here and I go to the Move tool, I have to make sure my layer is selected, and now I can move this around. So the thing that you always want to do, and I'm going to make a copy of this, so if you hold Alt and drag it over, you can make a copy, and then another copy, and another copy. Okay, so here's the key. When you are moving things around, you want to make sure you have the right layer selected. Always select the layer first, okay? And what I like to do is, if it's the same color, I'll hide the layer and then activate it again. That way I know I'm grabbing the right layer. And then what you're going to do is you're going to make sure you have the move tool selected, and then you can move it around. Okay? So that's the move tool. So I can move any of these around. All I have to do is select the layer first, drop it down, drop it down. Okay? So that's the move tool again. So now if I right click and I click on Artboard, what this is going to do is if I draw a rectangle like this, I hit enter. Now I can create artboards above and below. Let me undo that real quick. Okay, so what I can do is, let's say that you're working on a storyboard for a video, right? And these are your scenes. I could go to the right, a couple more, okay? And then you can turn it off by just going back to the move tool or just selecting off. Now, what I did was I created 3 artboards without even going to File New or Control N for New and selecting artboards from here. Now, I don't have that option. That's why. Okay, so there's an option here. But again, the reason why I want to do it from here instead is I may have already made the document and created everything. And instead of moving it over, all I got to do is just create one inside of here with this tool. Okay? So it's a very simplistic way to create an artboard on the fly without remaking a document. Okay? So that is the move tool and the artboard tool. And the keyboard shortcut for both of those is V. So you'll see the little shortcuts down here. If you hit V, it will work. Okay. Now I have the move tool selected, but if I change this to the artboard tool, okay, and then I go to I go to the zoom tool, and then I go back to V, it's going to keep it on the artboard tool. So make sure that you select the tool that you want to be on top, that you use all the time. I use the move tool all the time. The other thing that you can do is, if you use the artboard tool a lot as well, is we can customize that, and that's an option as well. Okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the rectangular marquee tool and the elliptical marquee tool. All right, so let's go to the rectangle marquee tool here. And what I want to do is create a new file. So I'm going to go to File, New, and that way we can see what we're doing here. I'm going to make a new layer. And we're going to do the same thing that we did in the previous video, which is make a rectangle here. And then I'm going to give it fill. So I'm going to select the paint bucket or hit G, and that will autofill the square here. Okay, so I make a couple of these. So all I'm doing is I'm holding Alt and then dragging them all out. Now, if I go back to the marquee tool, that's essentially the marquee tool. Now, you don't have to make a perfect square. You can make a rectangle like that, which is better if I make a new layer. So let me do that. Okay. Okay, so I can make different shapes with the marquee tool. It doesn't have to always be the same shape. You know, I can kind of go like that. Looks kind of cool, right? So that's the point, is that you can do different variations of a rectangle with this tool. The other thing is, up here, you can add to the selection, subtract from the selection, intersect with the selection, and then add a style, select a mask, etc. Okay. Now the other one I want to talk about is the elliptical marquee tool. So this is more of an oval. So what I'm going to do is I want you to turn off the eye on all the layers. So if you just click and drag down, then you can hide the layers. Okay. Yeah, just do that. Hide all the layers, and then I'm going to make a new layer, and we're going to grab the elliptical marquee tool, and if you hold shift, it'll make a perfect circle. If you don't, it'll make kind of like an oval shape. Hold on one second here. So like this, if I don't hold shift, it'll make kind of an oval. If I hold shift, it'll make a perfect circle. And then if I hit G for the paint bucket, now I have my circle. So I can move that up here, and if I hold Alt and drag over, then I can make another one. And let me select a different color. So what I'm going to do is go to the color picker here and grab kind of a red right there, and then paste that in there. And then I'll overlap it. And I'm going to grab the black circle layer and then change that to blue. Okay, so there you go. So now we have 3 elliptical marquee tool circles that I used just using this one tool. Now, like I said, you don't have to make a perfect circle. You can actually kind of get creative with this and do, you know, like an oval. Let's make that green. Okay, then we can make another one. We'll make it yellow. Okay, there you go. So that's the elliptical marquee tool. Now, there's one more thing I want to show you real quick. If you go in here and you select the single row marquee tool, what that's going to do is it's just going to create a line. So if I go in here, let's go to the background and unlock it. If I go here and I put it right here and I hit delete, and then I hit Control D to deselect, you're going to see there's a line there. And the same with the single column marquee tool. So if I do this and I hit delete, and then I Control D to undo, or deselect I should say, you'll see we have transparent canvas here. Because what it's doing is, if I make a new layer here and I put it below the background, and I reset it to default, which is black and white, and I grab the bucket with G and hit click, now it's created a line. Because what I did was I went and I put those 2 lines in here with the single row marquee tool and the single column marquee tool. And then I filled it with black. And since white is above the black, it's only going to show where the transparency is. Okay, so in essence, we've used all the tools for the rectangle marquee tools. Well, the rectangle marquee tool, the elliptical marquee tool, the single row marquee tool, and the single column marquee tool. All right, so let's save this. And we're going to save it to the desktop. We'll call it Untitled 2. I'll hit OK. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. And we're going to close both files out. I'm going to create a new file. We're going to call this 03 lasso tool. Okay, and we're going to hit Control S, actually Control Shift S, save this on the desktop. So let's do 03, and we'll call it lasso tool. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to learn about the lasso tool. So I'm going to click here and we're going to grab the lasso tool right here. Now what I want you to do before we even get into it really is make a new layer here. We're going to use the rectangular marquee tool, and I'm going to make a box, and I'm going to give it the color black and deselect it with Control D, and now let's go to the lasso tool so you can see what this will do. So I grabbed the lasso tool and I made kind of a really bad oval, right? Well, what we can do is I can hit delete and put a hole in our box. or I can hit Control Z until it does that, and then hit Control D. The other thing you could do is if you wanted to copy this part of the object, right? I could hit Control C, make a new layer, and then Control V, and then drag it out. So now we have a new shape that we created from here. Okay. The other thing you can do, and sometimes I do this actually, is the lasso tool I'll use to delete content. So I went a little wild there. Really? Wow. Okay. Let me try that again. Here we go. So what you can do is just go around like that, delete everything, or since you can just hit delete there, you can't do this with that, is if I just went like this and delete just that section, now I have a new shape again. Okay? So the lasso tool is a very effective tool and very useful tool. All right, so the next tool we're going to talk about is the polygonal lasso tool. So what this is going to do is it's going to make points. And you're going to look for the little icon of the tool and then a circle to end the tool. And it does the same exact thing as the other one. And I got to have the right layer selected. And now I can kind of rip up our box with the polygonal lasso tool. Okay? So it's the same idea. But this time I can go like this. I can do it with points. So I can go there. I can go here. Let's say that I want to keep that chunk. I want to keep that. And there we go. If I hit delete, there you go. Now we have a different looking box completely. Same up here. So if I hit the letter L, I can go down, over, up, 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 and down, and over, and down. And what I'm going to look for is that circle. There we go, I found it. So sometimes what happens with that lasso tool is if you don't remember where the point is or you lost your point, then you'll start doing random stuff like what I did there. So I'm going to hit Control D to deselect. All right, so what I'll do is, let me show you that example one more time here. So we'll go down here, over, down, across, and let's just say that we want to put it to there, right? Hit delete. Make sure you're on the right layer. Hit delete. There you go. All right, so that's the polygonal lasso tool. Now we're going to talk about the magnetic lasso tool. So this is a great tool as well. This will magnetize itself against the object that you're selecting, and it works with points as well. So what it's going to do is it's going to really press up against your object and make it easy for you to Photoshop people in and out of photos, etc. Like you could really use this to go around objects and remove them. So if this was an object I needed to remove, I'd hit delete and now it's gone. And you can see it's pretty much gone and there's just a little bit left. Okay. Same with down here. If I did it down here, all I have to do is move my mouse and I can go almost seamlessly with no problem around the object. Now you can see over here I goofed, but that's part of the tool. You gotta, it's kind of the way you move the mouse, so it's a thing that you need to practice quite a bit. And once you do, then you'll be fine. So I'm going to copy this. I'll hit Control C. Okay, so let's do it again. Control C on the right layer there. I'll make a new layer and then paste it there and then bring it up. Okay, so that is the lasso tool. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the quick selection tool and the magic wand tool. So let's head over to Photoshop and let's save this document from the previous lecture. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this out and we're going to make a new file. So let's go File, New, and I'll grab the default Photoshop size and hit OK. But before I hit OK, I'm going to name this quick selection tool. There we go. Okay, and then let's do File, Save As, 04, Quick Selection Tool. All right, cool. Now what I want you to do is make a couple layers, so just double click on this, make a couple, do 2 more please. Okay, so now we have 4 layers. So what I'm going to do is in layer 1, I'm going to grab the marquee tool here, rectangular marquee tool, and I'm going to make this black. I'm going to hold Alt and drag it over here, and then hold it again and do it here, and do it here as well. Okay, so I'll delete these, and now we have 4 layers right here. Okay, so the first tool we're going to talk about is the quick selection tool. So if I go right here with the little paintbrushes with the lasso looking tool is, or the selection tool is, I should say. If I select that, or if I hit W, that's going to select the tool. So there we go. And if I click, now with this tool you have to have the layer selected. So if layer 1 copy 3 is selected, then I can only select layer 1 copy 3. If I have layer 1 selected, which is up here, then I need to hit Control D to deselect and then come up here, and what it's going to do is it's going to let me select a little bit or everything. Okay. Now you can select the whole page, but it's not going to allow you to do anything with any of the other content. It's only going to let you mess with this one. So if I did this, okay, so if I did that and hit delete, it's just going to work there. It's not going to work anywhere else. Okay. So that's the quick selection tool. And W is the keyboard shortcut for that. So I'm going to hit Control Z to undo all this. And then Control D to deselect. Now we're going to talk about the magic wand tool. Okay, so the magic wand tool is the same idea. Essentially what you're going to do is if you created a, let's create one more layer here. Give you a better example. So let's say that I made this shape here and I wanted to select it. So one way you can do it is Control A to select the whole area, or you can grab the magic wand tool with W, or by clicking on the quick selection tool and then going down to magic wand tool. And what that's going to do is you can select the whole image, or in this case the shape. So if I hit Control D to deselect that and go to layer 1, I can select that layer as well. So any objects in that layer I can select with the magic wand tool. I use this tool all the time. It's awesome. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in the previous video we were working on the quick selection tool, so I'm going to hit File, Save, and I want to close that out, and then let's do File, New. We're going to grab the default Photoshop size, and let's name this 05 Crop Tool. Okay, so what I want to do now is we're going to use the crop tool. So go to the toolbar here and hover over this little icon here, and you can see that the crop tool, the keyboard shortcut for that is C. So if I hit C, it's going to put marks all around the canvas in this instance. So if I drag this down, it's going to crop out the top. If I drag it up, it's going to crop out the bottom. if I drag it to pull from the right, it's going to basically crop out all that. So that is the crop tool. Quite excellent, by the way. So if I hit the letter V to go back to the move tool and then hit Control Z, Z, and Control Z again, it'll take me back to how I started. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the crop. It's a perspective crop tool. Okay, not the slice tool. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So if you right click, so if the crop tool is showing up, if you right click on it, go to the perspective crop tool. There you go. So it does the same thing, but it does it in a different way. And you can also do that. And like this. Pull it in like that. And there you go. So it's kind of like a 3D crop tool, really. All right, so you see this little star here? We need to hit File, Save, or Control S to save so that this will be saved on your desktop. So let's call it 05 Crop Tool. Okay, I'll hit Save. I'm going to hit V to go to the Move tool, and then let's go back to the Perspective Crop tool here and right-click, and we're going to go over the Slice tool and the Slice Select tool. So the Slice tool is mainly used for, or was used for, websites. They used to, and I'm sure they still use this in some places, but what they used to do was they would create a, I'm going to hit Control Z to undo this so I can show you a better example. So let me build you a quick little example here. So just make a new layer here. We're going to grab the marquee tool here, and we're going to build a navigation. So that's going to be our nav. And then we're going to build a little slideshow here. So let's put that here. Okay, and let's change the color to blue so I can give you the example in a better way. All right, so I'm going to label nav, or layer 1 nav, and this is going to be slideshow. Okay, and then I'll move this on top so it makes sense. All right, so with the slice tool, what you can do is you can slice out the images. So let's say that you had 2 images here that you wanted to use for a website or for other projects, and then you wanted to select that tool. Okay, so this is what that's used for. Is the Slice Select tool is used to select a slice. So if you sliced up an image and you were going to optimize it for the web, then you can select it with the Slice Select tool. That's what the Slice tool is used for, mostly, is for web content, to optimize your website. Because if you look at this, if you were to upload this image, it's not very big, but if it was a bigger image, let's say it's a higher resolution, and it's a very big file, what they would do is they would slice up the image so that it would fit in a more optimized way for the web. That's the whole idea of it. Okay, so that in a nutshell is the Slice tool and the Slice Select tool. And again, the shortcut for that is C. All right, so once you hit C, what it's going to do is whatever tool you have set at the top, so in this case it's Crop tool, you'd have to go to the Crop tool and select the other tools that you want. Okay? All right, let's save again. So hit Control S. I'm going to hit OK. I'm going to close this one out, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to create a new document, and we're going to talk about the Frame tool. So let's name it Frame tool. And document type, I want you to select the default Photoshop size. I'm going to hit OK. And we're going to go right to the Frame tool. So if you hit the letter K, and you have 2 options here. You can do it like a rectangle or a circle. So if I do that, nice. Okay. So really this is just used to, frame objects and whatever else you want to frame. So if I hit Control S to save, I'm going to give this the number 606 before, hit OK, and enter again. And that's the frame tool. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the eyedropper tool. So let's go to Photoshop. I'm going to click on Create New. And I'm going to label this eyedropper tool. Okay, and then the document type is going to be default Photoshop size. I'm going to hit OK. And I'll go to the eyedropper right here, and the keyboard shortcut for that is I. Okay, so the eyedropper is a great tool. So here's what I want you to do. We're going to create a new layer. And what I want to do is grab the marquee tool, so hit M, and I'm going to grab a random color here. Green, let's say green, okay? And then let's hold Alt and drag over, and I'm going to make another box, and I'm going to give it the color of red, okay? So if I do that, okay, now I'm going to set this to the default. If I use the eyedropper, so if I hit the shortcut key of I, and I use the eyedropper and click on the green box, you're going to see in my foreground, it's going to turn green. Now, if I hit X, it's going to switch the foreground from green to white. Now, I want to change that color white to red. Okay, so now I've utilized the eyedropper tool, and I've upgraded my swatches here, my color swatches. So the foreground is red and the background is green. Now if I hit this, now they're both green, right? And if I hit X and then click on red, now red is back to the foreground again. Okay, so that's the eyedropper tool. Now the next tool that they have in here, if I right click and I do 3D material eyedropper, I cannot use this because I don't have a 3D object in here. But if you did, you'd be able to pull the 3D material from there, okay? The next example here is the color sampler tool. So what it's going to do is when I select it, it's going to give me the RGB numbers here, okay? Now if it was CMYK, it would give me that. Okay, and you're going to see it's the same number, 192, 31, 31, okay? So if I hit V and I grabbed another, pulled out another box here and we gave it the color of black, hit G to do that, and then I went back to that tool and hit I, okay? Then what it's going to do is it's going to give me the RGB numbers, 000, that's black, okay? So that is the color sampler tool, all right? Now if I right click and I go to the ruler tool, it's going to give me, it says click and drag to create a ruler. Use shift for additional options. So if I do that, it's just going to let you basically draw a line here. Okay. And it's going to give you the width and height right here. So you can see the width is 772 pixels and the height is 16. So it's right here. So that's the ruler. Okay. Now we have the note tool. So I'll right click again here, go to the note tool, and I can write a note. This is a note I want you to have. Okay, and if I click on the here, this is my second note. Okay, and then I can go back and forth between the two. There you go. So if you double click on it, you can see what was written in the note. Okay, then the last one is the count tool. Okay, so what I can do is 1, 2, 3. So let me do Control Z and 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's just part of the eyedropper tool kit here, but these are all very useful tools. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and go back to the eyedropper tool, and I'm going to hit Control V to deselect that tool, and I want to hit Control S to save, and we're going to give this the number of 7. I'm going to hit save, hit OK, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome to Section 3 in Photoshop Workspaces. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the Essentials workspace. So let's go into Photoshop here. I'm in the Welcome page in Photoshop, so I'm going to click on Create New, and I'm going to select the default Photoshop size, and I want you to name this file Essentials Workspace. Hit OK for me. And then what I want you to do is go to File, Save As, and we're going to save this on the desktop, and I'm going to give this a 01 before Essential Workspace so that it will stay at the top of your desktop. Easy to find. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Photoshop Workspaces and look for Essentials. So we're going to go to Window, Workspace, and you can see we're already on Essentials. So this is the default setting when you open up Photoshop for the first time. You will see Essentials as the default workspace. Okay, so what I want to show you here is if I just hit Tab for a second. Okay, so what Tab's going to do is that's going to hide all your workspace tools, basically, or panels. So all these boxes here are panels. Okay, so they all hold different information. So if I go to Window and you look at all these options here, right? These are all different tools that you can use in Photoshop. So the idea behind this is showing you the tab is you can hide everything and you can customize the Essentials workspace to whatever you want. So you can see out of the box, they have layers, learn, libraries, notes, and properties, and then options and tools. And this is all default. So you have properties, adjustment, learn, libraries, layers, channels, paths, layer comps, notes, and then more history, actions, info, brush settings, brushes, layer comps, and notes, which is what I'm on right now. So if I click here, I can hit close, and I can close that. And so you can see when I do that, it's still going to show everything that it normally shows. But here's the other thing you can do with these menus here in the workspace is if you click on this little arrow here, you can collapse this down. So if you're working on one monitor, you're going to want to collapse these down so you have more space to work in your workspace, because it gets kind of crunched with all the different tools that they throw out there. What I recommend doing, if you can do it, is get another monitor. That way you can put the tools on another screen, and then you can have the canvas with your main toolbar here and the canvas right here, and then you can have layers and everything else on another monitor to make it easier to use. Okay, so that is the Essentials workspace. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about 3D workspace. So let's go to create a new document, and we're going to label this 02 3D workspace. Okay, I'm going to hit OK. And what I want you to do is do File, Save As, and we're going to do 02.3D workspace. I'm going to hit Save, and there you go. So now when I come in here, I'm going to go to Window. In the previous lecture, we collapsed the panels, right? So one way to get everything back the way it was before is to click on Reset Essentials. So now you can see that this is what we were working on in the previous video. Now if I go to Workspace and I go to 3D, it's going to change everything again to that preset. So basically these different workspaces are presets of tools that you would use if you were doing the essentials, 3D, graphic and web, motion, painting, and photography. Okay, so the gist of it is here is we have 3D, so we can create a new 3D object, layers, channels, okay, then we have properties, history, brush settings, brushes, clone source, character, paragraph, tool presets, and libraries. And then over here you can see we have the normal toolbar with all our main tools here. And we have a timeline down here, which you can't really see because it's kind of hiding. Let's see if I can bring that up a little bit. For right now, I'm going to close it. But so if I go back in here and I go to workspace and I reset, then it's going to bring it back. Okay, now, so that is the 3D workspace. All right, I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about graphic and web workspace. So let's go over to Photoshop. If you're not already there, click on New, Create New. We're going to label this 03 Graphic and Web Workspace. I'm going to hit OK. And let's go to Window, go to Workspace, and click on Graphic and Web. And so you can see here we have our main toolbar on the left. And then on the right here we have character, paragraph, glyphs, properties, libraries, layer comps, and then layers. And then here we have history, color, and swatches. Now we can expand this out so you can actually see the different tools here. And like I said in the previous lectures, I recommend getting another monitor if you can, so you can move these tools over to another monitor so you have the complete workspace here. Because essentially it looks like this when you do that. And then you'd have the tools over there. Now you would probably want to keep this tool bar in the same window because you're always using these tools, you know. Unless you know the keyboard shortcuts, but you're still going to need this toolbar here. Okay, so that is the graphic and web workspace. Now, the one thing I want you to do before we go here is hit File and Save As. And we're going to save this as 03 Graphic and Web Workspace. Okay, so that's the graphic and web workspace. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the motion workspace. So let's head over to Photoshop and click on Create New. And I'm going to label this 04 Motion Workspace. I'm going to hit OK. Let's go to File and Save As. And we're going to do 04 Motion Workspace. Hit Save. And now what I'm going to do is go to Window, go to Workspace, and let's click on Motion. And so you can see down here we have a timeline where we can create a video timeline or a frame animation. And then over here, if I expand this out, we have history, action, properties, brush settings. Let's bring this up a little bit. Okay, and I'll bring that in there. And then we can bring this one here. Okay, and then I'll bring this one here as well. Now what you could do is you could bring these up here so that it's a little more even, and then you're not taking up so much real estate when you're trying to edit this. Because really the most important thing when you're doing anything in Photoshop is having a lot of access to the canvas, because that's your main focal point. The tools are very important, don't get me wrong, but this is very important as well. So we have history, actions, properties, character, paragraph, clone source, brush settings, and brushes. And then we have histogram, info, libraries, adjustments, layers, and then channels. And we also have 3D. So this will give you the ability to create a new 3D object, and then you can select the layers, etc. With that. So, like I said, it's imperative that you have your tools organized so you know where everything is and you know what does what. And this is more of a layout course than anything, but that is the Motion Workspace. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the painting workspace. So let's head over to Photoshop, click on Create New, and we're going to type in 05 Painting Workspace. I'm going to hit OK. We're going to go right to File and Save As, and we're going to do 05 Painting Workspace. Okay, I'll hit Save. I'm going to zoom out here. And so you can see right now the workspace that we're on is Motion from the previous video. So I'm going to click on Painting, and what that's going to do is change our layout, our workspace, to the specific tools for painting. So we have, and I'm going to move these up so you can see them. So we have History, Clone Source, Libraries, Brush Settings, Tool Presets, Swatches, Navigator, and Brushes. Then we have Layers, Channels, and Paths. And I know I keep repeating myself, but again, I recommend getting another monitor and putting the main tools here in another screen. That way you have the space. Now I'll show you how that looks right now without showing you the other monitor, but you can see this is all the space that you have when you do that. Okay, so when I'm editing or doing whatever, you see how much space I have now to work. And really, that's how it's intended. You know, like when you're writing something on a notebook, you have the whole workspace. You don't have to put your pen on the workspace. So that's the only thing that I recommend is dual monitor, locks back in. Now you can see that you can shrink these down. Okay, so you can get the workspace you need if you only have one monitor. The only thing is I would keep the layer menu open at all times because this is your main tool. The layer menu is the most important tool, I believe, in Photoshop because it's the core of what Photoshop is when that's layers. Okay, so that is the painting workspace. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the photography workspace. So let's head over to Photoshop, our favorite program, click on Create New, and I'm going to do 06 Photography Workspace. Okay, I'm going to hit OK. I'm going to go to File, Save As, and we're going to do 06 Photography Workspace. Okay. And what I'm going to do is go to Window, we're going to go to Workspace, and click on Photography. So you can see all the tools that they have here. And if I expand this out, they have History, Actions, Properties, Info, Color, Clone Source, Character, Paragraph Style, Character Styles, Tool Presets, 3D, and we have a timeline here. Then we have Histogram, Navigator, Libraries, Adjustments, Styles, Layers, Channels, and Paths. Okay? And then you also have the main toolbar over here, which is the most commonly used toolbar of panel of any tool in Photoshop because this has all the main tools here. So you can see they have actions. All the items here that are checked are the main tools for the photography workspace. Okay? So that's the photography workspace. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to reset the workspace. So let's go to Photoshop, click on Create New, and we're going to do 07 Reset Workspace. Okay, I'm going to hit OK. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Workspace. We're going to go to painting for this example. And I'm going to open up a whole bunch of random tools here. Okay, so I'll just bring that like that. Bring glyphs in here. I'm just going to make a mess. Okay, so we'll bring that over here. Let's just say that you have kind of a wild project that you're working on. This happens from time to time. And you just got stuff everywhere, right? And you're working on a painting project. Now, obviously, you wouldn't have it in the middle of the canvas, but you could put it over here, and then I can bring all these tools over there as well. So let's do that. And let's just say that you want to get rid of these tools. You just want to reset it back to the defaults. Okay, so let me just build out this example real quick, and then I'll show you how to do that. This is more of a review because I've shown you a few times, but again, the key to learning anything in Photoshop is repetition. Okay, I've used this software for 20 years. I have a lot of repetition, but you can have the same repetition and be just as good as I am with the software. So if I click on this, this is going to expand it out, right? So you can see we don't have a lot of space to work with here, but let's just say that you needed all these tools and you had to have everything open because of the project requirements, right? So you go to work, you do everything you need to do, and you wipe the sweat from your brow, even though you shouldn't be sweating working in air conditioning. I hope you're in air conditioning if it's warm. If it's cold, I hope you have heat. If you go to Window and you go to Workspace, you can just click on Reset Painting. And what that's going to do is it's going to reset the painting workspace to the default. So this is the default right here. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 11 tools, give or take, because there may be a couple in the actual panels that you can't see. That's really the easiest way to do it. Now, the other thing you can do is if you don't want people messing with it, right, you can lock the workspace so we can't move it. Okay? And what this does is it keeps it stationary. You can expand it out, okay, but I can't move it. So I can drag it to the left, but I can't get it to the point where... So let me uncheck that real quick, and then we'll rearrange this again. So let's reset it again. So you can see what the value is here. You can play around with the tools and see which way you want to set things, and then reset it if you don't like it, and then start over, you know. Okay, so that is the reset workspace. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the new workspace. This is an exciting lecture because this is going to be a lot of fun. So let's click on Create New, and I'm going to do 08 New Workspace. Hit OK, and I'm going to hit File, Save As, and we're going to do 08 New Workspace. Okay, we'll hit Save, and what we're going to do is go to Window, and let's go to New Workspace. So let's do this. Let's do Film. Actually, let's do Video. We'll call it Video. So let's save that. So you can see we have video set up here. And what you can do is if you click on the check marked panels, these will disappear. Okay, so we can leave options here or we can get rid of that. I prefer to keep this here so that you have kind of a, and we want to keep tools too. So here, let's open up this panel. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this. Okay, and I'm going to close the tab group. Same here. Close. There you go. Okay, so now we have a default video workspace. Okay, so right now we don't have anything open except for options and tools. So one thing that you want to have for video is a timeline. So we can add the timeline, and we also want to have layers. So you can have layers and you can have a timeline, and if that's all you want, then you could do that. You could also do color. Let's see what else they have in here that we could add. Swatches we have. Navigator we don't really need. Okay. Paths, channels and paths are fine. So layers, that's fine. I really like to make the layers panel the tallest panel, because what it does is when you start stacking multiple layers here, so if I go, you don't have to do this, but I'm just going to give you an example. Okay, you see how quickly that can fill up? Okay, you don't want to be scrolling. If you have 100 layers, you don't want to be scrolling until Tuesday. Okay, you want to keep it, you want to keep the workflow simple and efficient. I'm going to click on Don't Show again. It's going to say delete the selected layers. So it's not going to prompt this when you delete a layer. Okay, just so you know what that is. So that's why I keep the layers panel as tall as I can, or stretch it vertically as much as I can, because of how many things that go in the layer menu. Like there's a lot of layers that you can add in there. So I would say the other thing you could put in here is actions. So actions, what those are is you can record an action. So if you create a box and then you give it a color and then you add text to it and you want to do that multiple times, you would record it and then you would hit play, and you could play that in any layer that you have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add actions to the right next to swatches. So you can do that. And what I recommend with that is dragging it down a little bit so you can see what you're doing there along with the layers here. Okay. So that's pretty much it. Again, this is a custom workspace, so you can customize this to whatever your project needs are. Whatever tools you need, you can customize it to that. And that's the great thing about creating a workspace of your own, is you can customize it to what you want. And there you go. So we made a video workspace, and it looks pretty cool. It's pretty clean and simple, but again, it makes it easy for you to figure out things. Now let's save this, because I don't know why. Okay, I did save it. All right, let me just save as and just go over that just so it's saved. All right, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to delete a workspace. Now, in the previous lecture, I created a beautiful workspace. I'm going to click on Create New here, and we're going to do 09 Delete Workspace, or Delete My Beautiful Workspace. We'll just call it Delete Workspace. So what I'm going to do is, you can see that we still have my beautiful video workspace in there. However, let's say for some reason you don't like my workspace, which is very possible. It hurts my feelings, but it's okay. I'm only kidding. So if I go to workspace, we have to have video checked. We're going to click on delete workspace, and then it's going to ask you which workspace do you want to delete. So video is active, so actually we can't even delete it because it's active. So what I can do, it won't even let me delete all custom workspaces. So let's hit cancel. And what I'm going to do is go to Workspace and go to Essentials. Then I'm going to go to Window and Workspace and click on Delete Workspace. And we're going to select all custom workspaces, or you can just select video. We'll hit Delete. It's going to ask you, do you really want to delete the workspace video? Yes, I do. So now it's been deleted. So if I go to Window and Workspace, now it's not there. So you can tell we've deleted my beautiful workspace. I'm very sad, but I'll survive. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the keyboard shortcuts and menus just briefly. So if I click on Menu and go to Workspace, I can click on Keyboard Shortcuts and Menus, and all that's going to do is take you to the Keyboard Shortcuts and Menus window so you can look through the tools for the keyboard shortcuts and also for menus. The only reason I'm mentioning this is because it's in the workspace area, so I don't want to just graze over it like it's not important. It's very important because this will show you the keyboard shortcuts for the menus and for all the tools. Very important stuff. So, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to go over the lock workspace. So let's create a new document. We're going to call this lock workspace. We are not going to save this document, so you can name it whatever you want. I'm going to go to graphics and web, or graphic and web, and click on workspace, and we're going to lock the workspace. Essentially what this does is it will not allow you to move the tools around. You can drag it to the left, but you cannot do this, which is why they have this. You can't do this. I take that back. Let me reset this. Okay. Now let me lock it. Okay. Now you can see I can't drag it anywhere. That's what the lock is about. You can still pull the panels left and right. Okay. So that's lock workspace. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about new layers. So let's head over to Photoshop. I've just opened this up. I'm going to click on Create New, and we're going to go to Document Type and select Default Photoshop Size, and we'll call this Layers. Okay, I'm going to hit Control S to save this as Layers, and we're going to save this on the desktop. Okay, so this will be our main file for the whole course. So, like I said, in this video, we're going to talk about new layer. So let's head over to the layers panel right here. So we're going to be focusing just on the layers panel. So I want you to close out the tab group and close out this tab group as well, and this group as well, because we're not going to be using any of this at all. And I want you to just focus on the layers here. Okay, so we're going to be working in the layer menu here and also in the layers panel. Okay, because they have a lot of the similar commands and whatnot. So what I want you to do is we're going to learn a couple different ways to create a new layer. So you can go to this little document icon right here, click on that, that'll create a new layer. If you hit Control-Shift-N, that'll create a new layer, and it'll give you an option to label it. So we're going to just leave it as layer 2. You can give it a color. Okay, so we'll give it red. You can set the mode. So you can do normal, dissolve, darken, multiply, color burn, linear burn, darker color, etc. What this is going to do is it's going to give it a different filter, basically. So we're just going to work with normal layers. Okay, so the nice thing about adding this little color code to it is it's easy to see what you're working on. So if I went here and I right-clicked and we did orange, right? Then we would be able to tell, okay, my top layer is red, my middle layer is orange, and then the lower layer here is just gray, right? Now I could make that, let's unlock this. So if you double click on the lock here, actually just click once. Let's see here, where's the, oh there it is. So yeah, if you just click here, you can unlock it, or you can click on the little lock icon itself, and then that will unlock it. So if I right click and I give this a color of yellow, now I know yellow is in the bottom, orange is the middle, and red is the top. So this is an easy way to identify the different layers if you want to do that. The other way to make a layer is if you go to Layer and New, you can create a new layer. Okay, so we'll just give this a color of blue. Well, let's do green, why not? We'll give it a color of green, and I'm going to put this red on top so it's in order. We can also do a background from layer, group from layers, artboard from group, artboard from layers, frame from layers, convert to frame, layer via copy, layer via cut. Okay, so a lot of these we're going to be covering throughout the course, so I'm not going to go over it right this second, but we will be coming back to this in a later lecture. But I just want to show you the options there. So like I said, you can click here, Control-Shift-N, or click on layer and then do new. Okay, so that is how you create a new layer in Photoshop. And like I said, this is one of the most important, let's make this blue. This is one of the most important tools in Photoshop, because everything you build in Photoshop is based off of layers. So it's very important to understand the fundamentals of layers, and creating a new layer is a fundamental. Okay, so I'm going to hit File and Save. Not Save As, just hit Control S. Okay, that'll save it, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to copy CSS properties from a Photoshop layer. So I'm going to select Layer 4 here, and I'm going to grab the bucket tool and paint the canvas black, right? And I'm going to save this, so hit Control S to save. Now, if I go to Layer 4 and I right-click and I hit Copy CSS, what that's going to do is it's going to grab the source code of that CSS, or the properties of that CSS. So if we go to Start and type in Notepad, okay, and I'll bring this over so you can see it, and you just right-click and hit Paste, what that's going to do is it's going to grab Layer 4, right? Background image is URL layer 4.png, positions absolute, left 0, top 0, width is 2100 by 1500, and then the Z index is 5. So what it's going to do is it's going to, what they're basing this off of is if you were to save layer 4 as a PNG. Okay, so it's converting it as that. And then this is the CSS property. So the position, left top, width, and height, and then the Z index. So that's how you copy CSS in a Photoshop layer. All right, so I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to copy a Photoshop layer to SVG. So copy the SVG of a Photoshop layer. So what I'm going to do is the same layer. I'm going to right-click on it, layer 4, and we're going to copy SVG. Now what I want you to do is go to the Start menu, go to Notepad, right-click and hit Paste, and this is your SVG code. So essentially, it's giving you the width and the height, and then the parameters and the href, so PNG, and then all this information here. And what this is going to do is it's going to make this document an SVG so that it's web friendly. Okay? So that's how you copy SVG from a Photoshop layer. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to duplicate a layer. So what I want to do is go back into Photoshop here, go up to layer 4. We're going to right click, and I'm going to click on duplicate layer. And I'm going to hit, it's going to say, oh, how do you want to save it? What do you want to name the layer is what it's asking you. So, and then the destination. Do we want to keep it in the layers.psd file, or do we want to create a new document? In this case, we want to keep it in this layers.psd right here. And we're going to just name it layer 4 copy. And then I'll right click on it and change the color to violet. That way we know it's a different layer. Okay. Now the other way to do that is to go to layer and hit duplicate layer and then hit OK. That's the other way to do it. I believe that's the only other way. Let me just make sure. Yep. So there you go. So that's how you duplicate a layer. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to delete a layer. So let's go to the layers that we just duplicated in the previous video. Layer 4, copy 2. You can just hit delete. That's one way to do it. You can also select the layer and go down here to the garbage can and delete that way. The other way to do it is if you go to layer, you can hit delete and then delete layer. And then that's going to delete the layer. So that's how you delete a layer. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to delete hidden layers. So let's go back into Photoshop here. I'm going to hit save, Control S to save. And so if I go to layer 3 and I turn it off, let's say that I hide the layer. Okay, now there's nothing showing, but if, let's say that there was something showing. So let me grab the marquee tool here and I'm going to fill this with black. That way we know that layer 3 has got something, right? But I want to hide this, okay? If I need to delete the hidden layers, there's a way to do that. So let's say that we want to delete layer 1 and layer 3, right? So you can go to the layer menu and go to delete, and you can delete the layer that's selected, or you can delete the hidden layers. Now watch what happens here. So this is going to delete layer 3 and layer 1. Okay, so that's a quick way to get rid of hidden layers. So let's say that you had a ton of layers. So I'm just going to use this as an example. Okay, so let's say that we had 30 layers. Okay, and I got 10 of them that are hidden, right? And then the rest of them I want to show. So if I go to layer and I do delete and hidden layers, it's going to clear that up. Okay, so it's going to make it easier to clean up your layers. Like let's say you get a project that's full of layers, you got 800 layers, let's say, and nothing's organized, it's all over the place. Let's hit Control S real quick. Then what you want to do is you want to go through and delete the layers. And what you're going to do is you're going to turn off the layers you don't need. And instead of going through and hitting delete on 800 layers, you'll just turn them off. And then you can, so for example, if you needed to turn all these layers off, you go like that. And if you hit Control, comma, that's going to hide and show the layers. So if I turn all these off, okay, so let's say that I turn off all these with Control, comma, and then I go up to layer and I do delete hidden layers. Now I just have 2 layers left. Okay, so that's how you delete hidden layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So let's say that you wanted to take layer 2 here. And what I'm going to do first is let's kind of give this a little character. So I'm going to give it that, and then I'm going to copy this. Actually, we'll delete that, and I'll just do this. I want to give it a little color. There we go. All right. Let's say you wanted to export this as a PNG. So there's a couple ways you can do this. You can go to layer, and you can do quick export as PNG. Okay. So what that's going to do is it's going to save it as the name of the layer. So if it's called layer 2, then it's going to save it as that. So let's hit save. The other way you can do it is I can go to layer, and you see the little shortcut here. We have shift control and then apostrophe. So let's try that. Shift control apostrophe. Okay, so we'll call this layer 23. And then the other way to do it is if I go to layer and I right click and I do quick export as PNG, then we can do layer 22. Okay, and then if I minimize this after I save, so hit Control S for me, then I minimize the window here, and then you can see here if I right click and go to prop, these are PNG files that we just made from 2 clicks or keyboard shortcut, you know, because you got click and then click, or right click and then click, or keyboard shortcut and you save. So you have 1 step or 2 steps to do to quick export as a PNG. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So let's say that you wanted to export this layer as. So let's right click on layer 2 and click on export as. And what that's going to do is it's going to give you an option now. So you can select the format. So we can do PNG, JPEG, GIF, SVG. So let's save it as a JPEG and then export all. And I can call this layer 42. Okay. I'll save it. The other way to do it is if I go to layer and click on export as, it's going to do the same thing that we just did through the layers panel. Okay. I'm going to hit cancel since we did it. And then the other way to do it is if I hit Alt Shift Control apostrophe. So let's try that. Alt Shift Control. Okay. it's going to give me the option to pull that layer, and then I can give it a width, a height, a scale, etc. I can give it all this information here, and we can select GIF, and I'll export all, and we'll call it layer 2. It's going to let me name it the same, so I'm going to hit Control S to save. Okay, so that's how you use export as in Photoshop layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to create a new group in the layers panel. So if I right click and I click on, well, it says group from layers, but I want to just create a group, a new group, not from the layers though. So what I'm going to do is, if you go down here, create a new group. So I'm going to click on that, and that's going to create a group or a folder where you can put the layers inside of here. Okay, that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is if I go to layer and I can group layers, okay, which again is just going to make a folder. That's what a group is. It's basically a folder so you can organize your stuff, your layers inside a folder to make it really easy to organize stuff. All right. So let's hit Control S. That's how you create a new group in Photoshop layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to create a new group from layers. So let's go to Photoshop, and I'm going to create a couple layers here. So just go down to the bottom here where it says new layer, create a new layer, and just click on that a few times. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to hold Shift and click on layer 3, and that's going to highlight all of them. And I'm going to bring it outside of group 1. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is right click, and we're going to group from layers. Okay, so we're going to call this group 2. And there you go. So that's how you create a group from layers, is you select the layers that you want to create a group with, and then right click, and you can do it that way. The other way to do it is if I select layer 9 and layer 8 and layer 7, holding Shift. So if I click layer 9 and then hold Shift and click on layer 7, drag that out of group 2, right? Keep this highlighted, click here, and then do new group from layers. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is go to layer and do group layers, or you can hit Control G, which is what we're going to do. So I'm going to hit Control G, and that's going to label it group 3. Okay, so that's how you group. You do a new group from layers. You can do the keyboard shortcut. You can select the layers and then right click and do new group, or you can go up to the layers menu and do it that way. All right, so thanks for watching. Oh, and one more thing, make sure you save the PSD here. So let's hit Control S, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to collapse all groups. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you what it looks like when they're all collapsed. It's going to look just like this. Now, let's say that you had all these open and you wanted to collapse these, right? So what you're going to do is go to this little menu bar here, click, and then do collapse all groups. And that's how you collapse all groups in Photoshop layers. So let's hit Control S to save. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to create a new artboard from the layers panel. So if I go into Photoshop here and I click on this little menu right here in the layers panel, click on new artboard, and then we can label this and give it a custom preset. We have it set at custom right now, or you can give it one of these presets. Here, if you're working on a specific project with a specific size, you can do that. I'm going to hit OK. And just hit Enter. And let's make one more artboard. So I'm going to go here and do New Artboard and do Artboard 2. And then hit Z and hold Alt to zoom out so you can see both artboards there. I'm going to hit Control S to save. That's how you create a new artboard in Photoshop layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to create an artboard from a group. So what I want to do is first I'm going to close this little group right there. We're going to go to group 1. I'm going to right click and we're going to do artboard from group. Okay. Let's hit Control Z on that. And what I want you to do is delete the first 2 artboards that we made in the previous lecture. So let's go here and just hit delete. or let's just hide them. Okay, that doesn't want to work for me. That's fine. All right, so what we can do is we can go to group 1, right click, and then do the same thing I did before, which is artboard from group, and then we can bring it over here. And let me just see. Okay, so there's group. Oh, there we go. All right, now I'll bring that down. So now you can see what we did is we selected the group and then created an artboard, and now it's showing up down here. All right, so there you go. That's how you create a artboard from a group. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to create an artboard from layers. So let's go to group 3. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take layer 9 and 8, and I'm going to drag that out of group 3. And layer 9, I want to give it red, right? And then layer 8, I'm going to do the marquee tool with the shortcut of M. And then I'm going to change this color to green. So like this. And I'm going to do that. So these two, I'm going to right click on, and we're going to do artboard from layers. So we'll do artboard 3, and then I'm going to drag this out. And now you can see, if I select artboard 3, let's see, where are you? There you are. Okay, let's do this. Let's turn that one off. We'll turn all these off. There you go. Now you can see artboard 3. So I move this outside of artboard 3, but I want to keep it inside of there. And I want to move layer 8 above layer 9 so we can see both. So there's artboard 3 from the 2 layers that we created. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to create a frame from layers. Okay, so let's go to Photoshop here. I'm going to hit File, Save, just to make sure we have this document saved. And I'm going to make a new layer. So let's go down here and create a new layer. I'm going to right click on layer 10. And if we click on Frame from Layers, it's going to ask me what I want to name this. So I'm going to name it Frame 1. And there you go. There's Frame 1. So I can move this around. Okay, let's see here if I can. There you go. So now you can see frame 1. All right, so that's how you create a frame from layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to convert to frame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on layer 3 here, and we're going to frame from layers. So we'll call it frame 1. That's how you're going to convert it. They do give you another option here where if you right click, you can convert to frame, but it has that deselected, so we don't have that option in this case. So that's how you convert to a frame using Photoshop layers. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to learn how to lock layers. So if I go to any of these layers that I've created, like layer 0, and I go up to this little lock here and click on it, it's going to lock the layer. If I go here and right click, let's see, it does not give me the option to lock it. Okay, now if you go to layer, it will not let you do it there either. I just wanted to make sure I covered all the bases. So really, you could lock group 2 and it would lock all the layers. Okay, so that's how you lock layers in Photoshop layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to convert to Smart Object. So let's say that we wanted to convert this item to a Smart Object. You would just right click on the layer and convert to Smart Object. Okay, and the other way that you can do this is right here. You can go to layer here and do Smart Objects, convert to Smart Object, edit contents, relink to file. It gives you all these other options that you can do. Really, the idea of the Smart Object is you're going to pull something from, for example, if you imported something from Illustrator, it's going to make it a smart object. And the reason why they do that is that way you can't edit the content. You can just resize it. That's all. Okay, so if I wanted to make layer 7 a smart object, just right click and convert to smart object. And there you go. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to edit contents inside the layer panels. So if there is a layer here, for example, layer 2, if I wanted to edit the contents of layer 2, I'd click on the menu at the top and select a layer. Actually, let's go to layer 7. Let's see if it'll let me do this. Go to the little menu up here in the layers panel and then go to edit contents. And what that's going to do is it's going to let you edit here. So if I wanted to make this green, I could do it there and then hit Control-S to save. And what we're doing is we're working inside of layer 7. Okay, so if I close that, now layer 7 is green because we edited the contents inside of layer 7. So hit Control-S to save. That's how you edit contents in Photoshop layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about blending options. So let's go to layer 7. Let's go to the menu in the layers panel, and we're going to click on blending options. So here you can see we can add a bevel and emboss, contour, texture, stroke, inner shadow, inner glow, satin, color overlay, outer glow, drop shadow to our layer, right? And then I'm going to go to the layers panel menu and edit contents. You should be able to see that. Okay, that didn't work. That's okay. So what we're going to do is we'll do the same thing, but we're going to make a new layer. And I'm going to right click on that and do the same idea, which is blending options. So first thing before we do that is I want to make this green. Okay, then we're going to do blending options up here. And what I want to do is bevel, emboss, contour, and texture. Okay, so you can see the texture there. Inner shadow, inner glow, satin, color. Let's do that. And then we'll do outer glow and drop shadow. And I'll hit OK. So now you can see these are some of the blending options that you have, and you can customize this layer to your liking. So I'm going to hit Control-S to save, and that's how you add blending options to a Photoshop layer. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk briefly about edit adjustments. So if you go inside of a layer here and right click, sorry, wrong menu. Let's go to the layers panel menu and I go to edit adjustment. It's not going to let me do it because there's nothing to adjust. But I just want to show you that it's there if you needed to edit an adjustment. Okay, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to create a clipping mask. So let's go to new layer. We're going to click on the layers panel menu and click on create clipping mask. The other way to do it is create a new layer and go to the layer menu and click on create clipping mask there as well. So this will give you the ability to create a mask layer where you can basically take this image and mask part of it and then replace it with something else and make it look really cool. So there you go. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to link layers. So let's go to Artboard 3 here. I'm going to select layer 13 and 12 and 8. And I'm going to right click and we're going to do link layers. So now they're all linked together. And then let's do layer 7 and group 3 and right click on that and let's group that as well. Not group it, but link it. There you go. So now we're all linked together. So that's how you link layers in Photoshop layers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So if you want to see in Photoshop, and let's do file save just so we have this updated. If you wanted to see which layers are linked together, what you can do is you can go to the Layers panel, go to the menu, and click on Select Link Layers. Okay, so if I go to layer 12, for example, and I do Select Linked Layers, it's going to highlight all the layers that are linked together. Now, you're going to be able to tell because they have this little chain here. Chain link. Get it? So it's going to link them together, and that's how you're going to know, okay, these 4 are linked layers. All right? So I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So the first thing I want you to do is hit Control-S to save our progress. And now what we're going to do is we're going to learn how to merge down our layers. So if I select layer 13 and right-click and click on Merge Down, it's going to, and I'm going to hit Control-Z, because what it's going to do is it's going to grab the layer right below it, and you're going to merge these 2 layers together. So let's do that again. So merge down. So what that's going to do is it's just going to combine these 2 layers and merge them so that when you edit the layer, you're editing both, and they're merged together. So you're only going to do this, and I'm going to hit Control-Z to undo that. Okay, and I'm going to hit Control-S to save. The only way that you're going to merge them down is if this layer, you've edited everything you need to, and it's finished. Like you don't need to do anything else with this layer. Then you merge it down. Same with this one. You're not going to be able to edit these anymore once you merge them together. So let's do that again. Let's merge down. And there you go. So that's how you merge down in Photoshop layers. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to learn how to merge visible our layers. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our layer panel here, and I'm going to click on the layers panel menu, and we're going to do merge visible. Okay. And what that's going to do, let me hit Control-Z, and let's do that again just so you can see what I did here. So let's do merge, layers menu, and then merge visible. So you see what that did. It merged everything together. Okay. Now, another way to do that is if I go down here, let's create a new layer and make this simpler. So I'm going to hold Shift and select 13 and drag this down to the bottom. And I'm going to hide all these. So if I select them all, hold Control and comma, that's going to do it for me. And then give this layer green, right? So if I select these 3 layers here, or just layer 15, and merge visible, what it's going to do is it's going to grab the 3 layers below it and merge them together. So if you were to do this at the top, even though these are hidden, it would group all these together. So let's do that once just to see how it looks. Okay, so that's merge layers. Now, these aren't selected. Now they are. But if they weren't, then back here, let's do this. Control, comma. There we go. And if I do merge visible, it's going to merge everything together. Okay, so you only want to do this if you want to convert this to an image, which you can just export as, or if you're done editing and you don't need to edit anymore. I highly recommend at least having one source of layers that you can edit completely, and then create another PSD with the merged layers. That way, if you need to edit something, you can. Just a little trick. Because the last thing you want to do is you want to do a project, merge the layers, merge visible, and then you leave the job, or it's a freelance job, and then the next person comes in and they can't edit anything because it's just a flat image. So they have to redo all the work. So like I said, merge visible is a great tool, but you only want to do it where the edits are easy to make. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to flatten an image. So we're going to grab all the layers here, and I'm going to go to the layers menu, the layers panel menu, okay? And we're going to do flatten image. And what that's going to do is it's going to crunch everything together. It's similar to merge visible, but merge visible is more for if you want to merge 3 or 4 layers That's the way to do it. Flatten image. You can do the same thing. You can flatten 5 layers, 10 layers, or the whole thing. But this is another way to flatten everything, so you can flatten it to an image, basically. So I'm going to hit Control-Z, hit Control-S to save, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about animation options. So right now I have automatic, always show, always hide. Okay, so all that's going to do is if you had animation, it would show you the options you have for that layer. So if I do layer 15, yep, that's layer 15, whoops, and go to the menu here, animation options, we just want to check that as automatic. That way, if we are doing animation, then we'll see the options. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about panel options. So if I go to layer 2, and let's click on the layers panel menu, and we go to panel options. You can adjust the thumbnail size. So we can do none. We can do a smaller version, a medium or a large. Thumbnail contents, we can do layer bounds, entire document. Use default mask on fill layers, expand new effects, add copy to copied layers and groups. So I'm going to hit OK, and that's the panel options. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about close. So, and not close, but close, like close the panel. So if I click on the layers panel and go to the menu here and click on close, it's going to close that panel. And that's essentially all I wanted to do. So I'm going to go to Window and Workspace, and we're going to reset the essentials. And then I'm going to close the tab group. Let's do this. So close, close, and close. There you go. So that's how you close. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to close the tab group. So what I want to do is go to Window, and we're going to go to Workspace, and I'm going to grab a different workspace, so Photography, for example. And what I want to do is just close all these panels out, except for the layers menu, right? Or panel, I should say. So if we go up here, let's click on this and close tab group. Close tab group there, and tab group here. Close tab group. Close tab group. There's a lot of them here. Wow. Okay, close tab group. What's good though is you're getting practice. So let's close this tab group as well. I'm going to leave that open there, and then I'm going to close this as well. Okay, so this is, I'm going to hit Control-S to save as well. This is an important exercise to practice because if you're customizing your workspace, you want to know how to do it quickly and efficiently. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about general Photoshop preferences. So let's head over to Photoshop. And the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to Edit, and we're going to go to Preferences, and I'm going to click on General. And so what I'm going to be doing throughout this course is we're just going to be working in the Preferences tab. So I'm just going to have this window open at all times. And whenever I start a new lecture, I'll just have that preference highlighted here. So we're going to go through all these preferences here, and we're going to do it one by one. So in the General Preferences tab, you can see that we have a color picker, and so you can select the Adobe color picker or Windows. Okay, the HUD color picker, you can do a couple different options here. You can do the hue wheel, large, medium, small, hue stripe, large, medium, and small. Okay, it's going to give you the ability to work with what they already set as a what Adobe set as a default standard is what I'm trying to say, or a default preference. So keep all this the same. Now you'll see here we have options. So we can do auto update open documents, disable the home screen, use legacy new document interface, skip transform when placing, use legacy free transform, beep when done, export clipboard, resize image during place, and then always create small objects when placing. So you can turn these on and off as you wish. And the one that I actually turned off was this one. This was actually checked. Use legacy new document interface. So if I hit OK and I go to create new, when that was checked, this wasn't showing up. And I'm going to show you what it does when you do that. So if I go to edit and we go back to preferences and let's go to general. Okay. When I turn this on and I hit OK and then I do create new, it's going to give me a different interface. Now, I don't mind this interface, but I prefer the thumbnail interface because it's easier to, when you're trying to teach people how to do presets, okay? This is kind of hard to explain to people because there's no visual aid. When I click on this, okay, I see web, I see mobile app design, but when I go here, back to edit and preferences, and you can also use Control K, which I'm going to do right now. When I turn this off and I hit OK and I create new, what that's going to do is now I have thumbnails. So when I go to photo, I can show you the presets. You can see them all visually, right? When I go to print, same thing. We can go and we can grab any preset that we need to here and we have a visual aid. Same with art and illustration, same with web. You can see all the different presets that they have here. Same with mobile, and there's quite a few of them here. So we can scroll down and go through each one and then film and video. And the nice thing about the thumbnails over the list is what this does is it not only gives you the name of the preset, but it also gives you the resolution. So it's 1920 by 1080 and then 72 DPI or PPI. Okay. So that just increases the efficiency of this screen. And that's just one example that you can use when you're using the general preferences. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the interface, and I'll see you in the next lecture where we're going to talk about the interface preferences. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the interface preferences. So if I go in here to interface, I can change the color theme. So if I click on the lightest color, which is white, it's going to really pop off the screen, right? We can do a lighter gray, a darker gray, or a really dark gray, which is easier on your eyes. So what I recommend doing, you can pick whatever color theme that you want, but if you're going to be staring at the screen for extended hours at a time, do the darkest theme you can. Okay. You can set the standard screen mode. So you can set the color to black default, black, dark gray, medium gray, light gray, custom, right? So I'm going to leave it as default. Full screen with menus, same deal. You can do default, black, dark gray, medium gray, light gray, custom. Okay. Full screen. So what this means is when you put Photoshop in full screen, the surrounding areas of the canvas are going to be black. Okay. Artboards, same deal. It's going to be default, black, dark gray, medium gray, light gray, custom. So you can totally customize the interface to your likings. Okay. Presentation, UI language. So they give you the option for English, UI font size. We can do tiny, small, medium, large. UI scaling, 100%, 200%. Options, you can show channels in color, dynamic color sliders, show menu colors. Okay, so that is the interface preferences. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about workspace preferences. So let's go to preferences. So if you're not already there, click on edit and then go down to preferences or hit Control K to get there. I'm going to click on workspace. So the options that you're going to have here are to auto collapse iconic panels, auto show hidden panels, open documents as tabs, enable floating document window docking, large tabs, align UI according to OS settings, condensed, enable narrow options bar. Changes will take effect the next time you start Photoshop. So if you change any of these things, it's not going to take effect until you restart Photoshop. All right? So that is the workspace preferences. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about tools preferences. So you have a couple options here. You can show the tooltips, use rich tooltips, enable gestures, use shift key for tool switch, over scroll, which is not selected, enable flick panning, double click layer mask launches select and mask workspace. So that's enabled. Vary round brush hardness based on HUD vertical movement, snap vector tools and transforms to pixel grid, show reference point when using transform, zoom with scroll wheel. I'm going to turn that on because I like to do that. Zoom, animated zoom, zoom resizes window, zoom clicked point to center. So if I do zoom resizes window, it's going to resize the window every time. I don't recommend doing that. Show transformation values, top right, never, top left, or bottom right. So again, these are preferences that you can set for the tools, and it's totally customizable to your environment and your liking. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about the history log preferences. So the options that you have for the history log, they're not currently turned on, but if we turn them on real quick, so let's click on this little box right here. So you can save log items to metadata, to a text file, and then I can choose the text file. So we're going to create one on the desktop, so I'll hit save. Or you can save it to both. So what that's going to do is it's going to save metadata and it's going to save it to a text file. Okay. Now we can edit the log items by sessions only, concise, and also detailed. So again, these are just options that you have in the preferences for history log, and you can set them up however you see fit. Okay. What I recommend doing is I'm going to uncheck this and keep this turned off because that's the default that Adobe set it at. But if you want to play with it a little bit and see how it works, I encourage you to turn it on and test it out. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about the file handling preferences. Okay, so you can see here we have file saving options. So image previews, always save as to original folder. File extension, use lowercase, you can use uppercase. Save in background, automatically save recovery information every 10 minutes. So that's fine. You can do it every hour. You can do it every 5 minutes. What it's going to do is autosave. I highly recommend doing autosave, and it automatically saves backup copies of all documents at this time. Hold on a second. What did it say? At this time interval for recovery. Original file is not affected. So what it's going to do is it's going to autosave. This happens to me quite a bit because what I do is sometimes I will go to the task manager and close out Photoshop, and then when I open it back up, then the recovered files show up. Okay, so you can do every 10 minutes, every 5 minutes, whatever. But remember, when you're saving, to always save every 5 minutes if you can. If you can do it sooner than that, it's a real simple process. You just hit Control S and it saves your document. Okay, so make sure you do that. Okay, now file compatibility. So we have camera raw preferences. So you can go into here and you can go to general, and we can do save image settings in sidecar.xmp files, apply sharpening to all images, Okay, then we have default image settings, so you can apply auto tone and color adjustments, apply auto mix when converting to black and white, make default specific to camera serial number, and then make default specific to camera ISO settings. So you can set it to these if you want. Camera raw cache, we can do maximize 5.0, 5 gigs, purge cache, and then you can set the location, so this is where it's going to save. And then keyboard shortcuts, so use legacy under shortcuts. If we go to file handling, we can do DNG file handling, ignore sidecar.xmp files, which that's not checked, and you can update embedded JPEG previews, which is medium size, and then it will say JPEG and TIFF handling. So JPEG automatically opens JPEGs with settings, TIFF automatically opens TIFF with settings, okay? So then performance, we can do use graphics processor auto, and you can use your default video card, or you can turn it to custom or off. I recommend doing auto because it's going to optimize it for the best experience for your machine, okay? Because video cards are another beast altogether because everybody has a different one. So optimize it. To optimize it best for your experience, auto is the best option, okay? So then we have prefer Adobe Camera Raw for raw files. Use Adobe Camera Raw to convert documents from 32-bit to 16 and 8-bit. Ignore EXIF profile tag. Ignore rotation metadata. All these are turned off. Ask before saving layered TIFF files. Disable compression of PSD and PSB files. Maximize PSD and PSB file compatibility. Ask, always, never. Just ask. Recent file list contains 20 files. So that is this right here. So you can see my list, and I can scroll down. It's 20 files that it's showing. You could do 0, you could do 100, whatever you want. The smaller amount, the better, because it's going to optimize, again, the software for optimal performance. Okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about export preferences. So for quick export format, we can select PNG, JPEG, GIF, and SVG, and then transparency, and you can also do smaller file, 8-bit. Now, for quick export, I recommend keeping it at the default because a lot of times this is for web-based applications. That's why you would do a PNG and you make it transparent, because what it does is it optimizes that image for the web. Quick export location. Ask where to export each time. Export files to an assets folder next to the current document. So you could do that. I would ask where to export it each time. That way you know where it's going. You don't have to guess. You want to know where everything is. You need to have good file management with your projects so that you know where things are, because you don't want to be hunting things down. Trust me on that. Metadata, there's none. We can do copyright and contact info if you want. And then color space is going to be convert to sRGB. So I would leave that as the default as it is. And with that in mind, I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about performance preferences. So if we go into our preferences panel here and go into performance, you can see here the memory usage. So available RAM that I have is 14 gigs, okay? And the ideal range is 8 gigs to 10 gigs. So let Photoshop use 70%. Now I can up this to 100%, and what that's going to do is it's going to increase my performance when I'm using Photoshop, but it's going to slow everything else down because I'm using 100%. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this back down to 70%. Okay, right there. Now, we can also do, so the graphics processor settings, detected graphics. So this is my NVIDIA Corporation GeoForce RTX 270. So use graphics processor. We can go to advanced settings, and drawing mode is advanced, normal, or basic. I'll just keep it on advanced. I'm going to hit OK. And what that's going to do is give me the ability to then look at the history and the cache. So you can optimize the cache levels and tile size for web UI design, default, and photos, and then huge pixel dimensions. Okay, so if I go and I click on that, it's going to show me what it is, right? So history states, cache levels, cache tile size, okay? Then legacy, well, options are legacy compositing, revert to old Photoshop compositing engine. I don't want to do that. I want to use the current compositing engine, so I'm going to leave it the way that it is. All right, so I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about scratch disks preferences, okay? So you can see here we have the C drive, we have the D drive, which I have 1.5 terabytes of space, and I have the E drive, which I have 203 gigs. So you can change your scratch disk by holding Control-Alt when launching Photoshop. Okay, so I'm going to keep it to the default here, which is the C drive, where I have 172 gigs, because most of my Photoshop files don't exceed maybe 100 meg, 200 meg at the most. I mean, they don't really get that big. So we don't really need to customize this too much. Now, if I'm doing video is a different story altogether because there's more size involved in that than in photos and graphics, really. Okay? So, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So, in this lecture, we're going to talk about cursors. So, we have a couple options here. You have the painting cursors. So, you can do standard with a little paintbrush. You can do precise with a little target. Normal brush tip, which is the one that I like. Full-size brush tip. You can show crosshair and brush tip. Show only crosshair while painting. Show brush leash while smoothing. Okay. Other cursors. So we have standard, precise, and then brush preview. You can see the color right here. All right. So I'm going to leave that as that. And that's really the cursors. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right. Welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about transparency and gamut. So transparency settings, you can set the grid size. So we have it at medium. You can do small, medium, or large, or none. We'll keep it at medium. You can do grid colors. So we can do light, medium, dark, red, orange, green, blue, and purple. I'm going to leave it on light. And then gamut warning, you can set the color. And we have kind of like a lighter gray here. And then the opacity is 100%. Okay? So that's transparency and gamut. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about units and rulers. So you can see here, if I look at the units, we can set the rulers to pixels, inches, centimeters, millimeters, points, picas, and percent. Now, it really depends on the project and the format of the project that you're doing. We can do type, so we can do pixels, points, and millimeters. You can do new document preset resolution. So print resolution is 300 pixels per inch. You can do pixels per centimeter. And then screen resolution, you can do 72 pixels per inch, or you can do per centimeter. Okay. The column size is going to be 180 points. The gutter is 12 points. You can change that to inches, centimeters, millimeters, and pixels. Okay. Same with here. And then we can do point pick size. So PostScript is 72 points an inch, or you can do traditional 72.27 points an inch. Okay, so that's units and rulers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about guides, grid, and slices. So if I go over here and I look, you can see the canvas color is going to be cyan. The artboard color is going to be light blue. Interactive artboard will be a light blue if we show inactive artboard. Okay. Smart guides is going to be magenta. Grid, we're going to do a custom color. The grid line every 1 inch. Subdivisions 4. Slices, the line color is going to be light blue. Show slice numbers. Path options is going to be blue, 1 pixel. And then controls, control color, and it's going to be default set at blue. So that's guides, grid, and slices. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about plugins. So let's go to preferences and plugins, and you can see here generator. So we're going to enable generator. You can enable remote connections. So service name is Photoshop server, and then the password, the host name, and then the IP address. We have filters and extension panels, right? So you can show all filter gallery groups and names, allow extensions to connect to the internet, load extension panels. Okay, so changes will take effect the next time you start Photoshop. So if you were to change any of these, the next time you open up Photoshop, that's when it would work, okay? So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about type preferences. So if I go into type and we look at type options, you can use smart quotes, enable missing glyph protection, show font names in English, use escape key to commit text, enable type layer glyph alternates, fill new type layers with placeholder text. Number of recent fonts to display, 10. You can do more or less. Choose text engine options, East Asian, Middle Eastern, and South Asian. Sets the default text engine of newly created document. So we're going to keep it to East Asia for now, or East Asian, because that's what Adobe has set as the default. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about 3D preferences. So you can see here that we have the available VRAM for 3D. So the total VRAM is 8 gigs. Let Photoshop use 100% or 8 gigs to work with 3D. For interactive rendering, we can allow direct to screen, auto hide layers, show quality. We have it set at high. You also have the option to change that to very low, low, medium, or very high. Okay. Ray tracer, so high quality threshold is going to be 5. You can move that up and down. The image quality threshold that defines the quality of a final ray traced rendering activated by 3D render menu item. Okay. Render tile size, so we can do huge, extra large, large, small, and medium. 3D file loading. Okay. So activate light source limit 8, default diffuse texture limit 140. You can do axis control, so we can invert camera axis, which we have here. Separate axis controls. We can do 3D overlays. So constraint is going to be like a blue, ground plane is black, selected constraint is like almost a purple, and then rendering tile is blue. Rich cursors, so we can show and hover, show and interaction. And that's really the 3D preferences. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about technology previews preferences. So we can go to technology previews. You can use modified key palette. Okay, and it's going to show you the description right here. So the modifier key palette is a new toolbar that provides quick access to frequently used keyboard modifiers on Windows Touch devices, like the Surface Pro 3. Okay. We can enable Preserve Details 2.0 upscale, so you can enlarge your images with the help of artificial intelligence assisted upscaling technologies. Okay, and then changes will take effect immediately after closing this dialog. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back to section 3. In this section, we're going to cover scripts, and in this video, we're going to talk about image processors. So let's go over to Photoshop, click on Create New, and I'm going to select the default Photoshop size document, and I'm going to go File, Save As, and we're going to call this Scripts. And we're going to save this to the desktop. I'm going to hit Save, and now you can see we have our document saved. So we're going to be using this throughout the entire course. All right. So what I want you to do is go to Window, we're going to go to Workspace, and we're going to keep this on Essentials. So let's reset Essentials so that the tools are more optimized for what we're doing. We're going to get rid of the Learn panel here. I'm going to close that out, and we're going to close out the libraries too. So hit close on that. And for history, we don't really need history right now, so I'm going to close that. So the only thing that we should have is layers, channels, and paths. We can close out this group, and color and swatches is all we need right now. All right, so let's go to File, and we're going to go to Image Processor. Okay. So what this is going to do is this is select the images to process. So it's going to run a script. So basically, you can select the images here, which we don't have any. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cancel. We're going to go to our favorite web browser, wherever that may be. I'm going to go to google.com, and I'm going to type in kittens. And let's go to images and just select, I'm going to right click and open 5 images, and then I'm going to right click and save them to the desktop. So we have kitten report, so let's call this kitten report 1. Okay, save him or her. Save this one. Just put a 2 next to it so we know it's number 2. And this one, and this will be number 4, and then number 5. There we go. Not 5554, we're just going to do 5, all right? So I'll close these out, and we'll close out the web browser here, and we'll go to File. And now let's do the script. So let's do image processor. So let's select a folder. So we're going to select kittens. We'll hit OK. And then we're going to select the location to save the processed images. So save in the same location, or we can select a folder. So I'm going to go to the desktop, and I'm going to right click and create a new folder, and we'll call this processed images. Okay, we'll select that, hit select folder. And then the file type, so we're going to save as a JPEG. We can resize to fit, convert profile to sRGB. So I'm going to save it as a JPEG. I'm also going to save it as a PSD. I don't need to save it as a TIFF. Run actions. So we can run default actions. We can frame, wood, cast, water reflection. Let's do that one. That's kind of cool. So I'm going to click on Run, and it's going to run the script. So we'll give it a second here to load. And in fact, while it's loading, I'm going to pause, and I'll be back when it's done. All right, welcome back. The command ripple is not currently available. I'm going to hit Continue. Hit Continue. Hit Continue. All right, so I ran these two in that. So the whole idea of this exercise is to show you how easy it is to run a script to process images, okay? That was the whole idea. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to delete all empty layers using the scripts rule. So let's go to our scripts.pst file, and we're going to close this document right here, this one right here, and this one. All right, so I'm going to make a whole bunch of layers here. So the keyboard shortcut is Control-Shift-N, or you can just click down here where it says, if you roll over, it will tell you create a new layer. So just click on this a few times, okay, just so you can see how it works. So I've made 14 layers. So if I go to File and I go to Scripts and we go to delete all empty layers, it's going to delete them all. So you don't have to really do anything else other than just do that. And I want to see if there's a keyboard shortcut for that. There's not. Okay. So let's do that one more time just so you get the repetition in here. I'm going to make 20 layers this time. Okay. And let's say, well, I want to get rid of all the empty layers. Let's say that you have a big document with over 100 layers and you don't know where anything is and you don't need all these empty layers. So just click on File, Scripts, Delete All Empty Layers. And there you go. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to flatten all layer effects. So let's go to our scripts.pst file here. I'm going to create a new layer, and I'm going to go to Effects, or we can just go down here where it says FX, and I'm going to click on Bevel and Emboss. Okay, now it's not going to show anything because we don't have an actual physical image that we're working with here. So let's hit cancel, and I'm going to click on File, Open, and we're going to go to our trusty kittens here. And let's grab kitten report 1. Okay, bring that little guy in, hit Control A, Control C to cut and copy. Well, to select and copy, I should say. I'm going to hit E to grab the magic eraser tool, okay, and try to clean this up just a little bit. There we go. All right. So now hit Control D. All right. So we clean that up. Now what I want to do is select this little kitty, and I'm going to add some effects to him. So you can see here we have a pattern, which I don't want to do that. Let's do like an inner glow. And let's do a yellow. And then, there we go. Let's do inner shadow, and I'll do yellow again. Well, let's just do green, that's fine. We'll do a little stroke on him. And we'll make that orange. And we'll give it a little more size. There you go. And a little drop shadow and outer glow. Okay. So you see how we have all these different effects, right? So if I go to File and we go Scripts, and I click on Delete, Flatten All Layer Effects, it's going to essentially merge all that together. So now we can't edit these effects. They've been flattened. Okay, so the only way that you really want to execute that is if you are done editing and you want to save this as an image. What I recommend doing is saving this as scripts 1. So let's do Control Shift S. Okay, we'll call this scripts 1. Just scripts 1. Save it. Okay, then close out kitten, close out the scripts 1, go to File and Open, and then do Scripts, and then run File, Scripts, and then flatten all layer effects, and then hit Control S. Because what that's going to do is now you have a PSD version of this, and you also have a flat image. So if I open up scripts 1, now we can still go in here and we can edit this. You always want to give yourself the source, because if you don't, then it's going to be really hard to edit this. You're going to have to bring the whole thing back in. And yes, granted, this is only 5 effects. But imagine if you had 50 layers and 5 effects in each one. That's going to take you a lot more time to recreate than this would. And you don't want to do that. Trust me. It will slow down your workflow exponentially. So that's how you flatten all layer effects. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to flatten all masks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new layer in our scripts1.psd. And I'm going to click on this little icon here that says Add Layer Mask. Okay. And then let's make another layer and do the same thing. And then we're going to do one more of those, just so I can give you a visual aid of what's going to be going on here when I do this script. So I'm going to go to File. We're going to do Scripts, and we're going to click on Flatten All Masks. So watch how I want you to watch this area right here after we click this. Okay, so you see what happened there? All the little links, the chains went away. And so if you were to mask this, which we didn't do, but if you did, that would show up here and the little links would go away because you wouldn't be able to edit this. Now if I hit Control Z and I double click this, we can enter and select the mask. So once you flatten it, you don't have that ability to edit the mask. So let's do that again. File, Scripts, and then flatten all masks. So basically it just takes away the ability to edit your mask. So let's save it. And now we have our 3 layer masks and we have our 1 layer with our effects. So it's similar to what I was talking about in the previous lecture when we flattened all the layer effects. Once you flatten it, there's no going back to edit once you flattened it. Okay. That's why I recommend having 2 files for that. Have a flattened PSD and then a regular PSD. That way if you need to edit it, you don't have to redo everything. Imagine doing masks, multiple masks, layer masks. And then you're like, oh wait, I forgot to edit this, or I want to change the mask somewhere else. And I can't because I flattened the mask. So just something to think about. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about Script Events Manager. So let's go to File and click on Scripts and go down to Script Events Manager. Now we need to enable events to run scripts and actions. So I'm going to click on Yes, let's enable it. And so now you have a couple events here. So Photoshop event, when we start the application, new document, open document, start save document, close document, print document, export document, everything, add an event. Okay, so we can add an event. So what we're going to do first is start application. So the script is clean listener. So let's display all right, so let's try this. So the event is start application, and then the script is welcome. Show a simple alert when Photoshop starts. So let's hit add, okay? And then I'll hit done. And what we're going to do is we're going to close these. We're going to close Photoshop. You've successfully configured an event triggering a JavaScript. There you go. So it worked. So let's go to open. And let's open up Scripts 1 real quick, and then go to File and do Scripts, and let's try one more. It's kind of fun. All right, so for a new document, let's do the same thing. Let's select the welcome script, so hit Add, and then hit Done. So when I create a new document, you successfully configured an event triggering a JavaScript. So again, it triggered the event that we added. So I'm going to close that. And let's look at one more thing here. So if I go back to the Scripts Event Manager, open document, we can open as layer, resize, display camera maker. Let's do resize. So pop the image size dialog, pre-populate the menu with 100 by 100 pixels. Okay, that's fine. Let's try that. So when we open a document, it's going to resize. So let's hit done. So let's open up, I think let's go to kittens, and let's go to kitten report 1. There you go. So now what it's going to do, so that's the script that we ran. So every time we open that up, it's going to default 100 pixels by 100 pixels. So if I hit OK, then our little kitten is 100 pixels by 100 pixels. There you go. Pretty cool. So that is the Script Events Manager. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about load files into stack. So let's go to Photoshop, open up scripts1.psd, and then we're going to go to File, Export, sorry, not export, Scripts, load files into stack. Okay, so we're going to use files or folders. So let's browse, and I'm going to go to Desktop and select Kittens, hit OK. And what we're going to do, okay, I'm going to hit OK. And now it's going to run and load all the kitty images into a stack. So there you go. So we basically didn't even grab or open the folders or files. We just went to File and Scripts, and that did everything we needed it to. So you can also do files with that. So let's do files real quick. So I'm going to browse. Let's just grab Kitten Report 1 and then add open files, documents saved. Okay. I'm going to hit OK. There you go. So now Kitten 1 pops up here. The other thing I want to do real quick is let's go back to the Scripts Events Manager and turn off the scripts. There we go. All right. So that's how you load files into Stack. You just do File, Scripts, and then go to Load Files into Stack, and then select Files or Folders, and then it will stack those files or folders with the files inside into separate layers so you can see how they look right here. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to load multiple Diacom files. Now, when I looked at this, I'm like, I don't even know what a Diacom file is. So I went to Google and I found out. So Diacom is a digital imaging and communications in medicine is the standard for the communication and management of medical imaging information and related data. So the extension is DICOM. All right. So let me close this out. Now that we know what it is, I'm going to go to Photoshop and I'm going to open up Kitten Report 1. And we're also going to open up this little guy here, these two here. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just do these two. That's fine. So I'm going to do File, Save As, and let's go down to Diacom. There we go. So let's save that to the desktop. I'll hit OK, and then same with this one. So I'm going to hit Save As, and we'll go to Diacom. Hit OK, and then I'm going to close both of these out. And then we're going to go to File, and we're going to go to Scripts, and we're going to load multiple Diacom files. So if I go to the desktop, I'm going to select the folder, and it's going to grab the Diacom files. So that's how you load multiple Diacom files in Photoshop, is you would make sure you actually have Diacom files, and once you do, then all you have to do is go through the scripts. You go File, Scripts, and then load multiple Diacom files. And it just lets you select the folder. And like I said, then it's going to populate it. And there you go. You get the kitten report and so on and so forth. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about statistics or stats on your images. So let's go to Open, and let's open up Kitten Report. And I'm going to do File, we're going to do Scripts, and we're going to do Stats, Image Stats. So we can choose the stack mode. So I'm going to show you the different options here. So you can do mean, summatation, minimum, maximum, medium, variance, standard deviation, skewness, kurtosis, range, and entropy. All right, so we'll just do summaton. Apologize for butchering these words. And we're going to use a folder instead of just files. So let's do Browse, and we're going to go to Desktop, and we'll select Kittens, hit OK, and then I'm going to add Open Files. Actually, no, I just want to hit OK. And then it's going to run the process. Okay, so are you sure you want to convert colors to a destination document with a color profile that does not match the current RGB working space? Yes, I do. I'm going to hit OK. Yes, hit OK. Okay, there you go. So it just ran a script and did all this funky stuff to it. And that's what summitation looks like when we stack. All right, so I'm going to close that. Then let's do another one. Let's do scripts and let's do stats again. And instead of that one, we'll do mean. And we'll do browse. We're going to just do files this time. So I'll highlight this first one here, hold Control and click on Kitten Report. I'm just going to do 2 of them, hit OK. And there you go. So this is this is the stack mode mean. That looks pretty cool. Okay, so I'll hit no because we're going to close that one. And we'll do one more. So let's go back to stats here and let's just do skewness. We'll just be random. Select the blog Foster Myth and then hit report 1, hit OK. I'm going to hit OK there. Whoa, that's kind of cool. So there you go. That's how you work with stats or statistics and run little stacks. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about browse. So let's go to File. Whoop, let me click on, let's maximize the window here. Click File. We're going to do Scripts and do Browse. And so what that's going to do, I don't have any JavaScript files to run, but if we did, it would load here. So here's what we're going to do. And let's do File, Save As, and we'll do here.js. And we'll save it as all files. That way we can save it. And so when I go to File now and go to Scripts and Browse, I go to Desktop and I can load it. JavaScript code was missing. This is very true. It is missing. So I just want to show you how to load a document in there. All right. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, welcome to section 3 in Photoshop Export. In this lecture, we're going to talk about how to do a quick export as PNG. So let's go to File, New, and we're going to create a document. So I'm going to go to the default Photoshop size and hit Create. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select the default colors here and select the paint bucket and make the canvas black. All right. So then what we're going to do is we're going to go to File, Export, Quick Export as PNG. And we'll do Untitled 1. So I'll save this to the desktop. Okay, and let's minimize PNG. So before we go, I want to save Untitled 1 to the desktop. So let's do Save As, and we'll just do Untitled 1. That's fine. And I'll close that out, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to talk about how to create a PDF presentation using the File and the Automate menu. So let's go to PDF presentation, and we can add open files. That's if we actually had any files open. So we're going to browse for some files. So let's grab these two. Okay. And then save as multi-page document, save as presentation, background's white, font size is 12, include file name, title, author. We don't want to include any of this. Advance every 5 seconds, loop after last page, and then transition. We can do like a dissolve. I'll hit save, and let's go to desktop, and we'll call this presentation. Hit save, save PDF, minimize that. Let's click on the presentation. I'll hit yes. There you go. So now what it did was it created a presentation or a little slideshow of our little dogs here who are quite adorable, I have to say. And so that'll just loop. If you hit escape, that should take us out. If not, Alt-Tab will take us out. Let's try F11. Alt-Tab to Photoshop. There you go. let's see here. I'm going to hit no this time. And so what you're going to do is to get out of full screen mode is Control L. So there we go. Because what happened was when I did it before, I couldn't even do it, so I had to go around that. So if you just do Control L, that will get you out of full screen mode. I'll run like this and then just hit Control L. That'll get you out and you'll be good to go. All right? All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to create a droplet. So let's go into Photoshop and we're going to click File, Automate, Create Droplet. And we're going to save droplet in. So let's go to Choose and let's do New Folder and we'll call it Droplet. Okay. Hit Save. And then we're going to set the default actions to default. And then we can select one of these. So let's do wood frame. Okay. And the destination, save and close, or we can do a folder. And let's name the folder. So let's do wooden frame. Okay, and I'm going to hit OK. So let's go to File. We're going to do Automate. And we'll do Create Droplet. So we're going to do... Okay, so that's the droplet, right? Yes, I want to replace it. Okay, let's try it again here. Doing that. Create droplet. Now let's try it. All right, so we saved a droplet. All right, so that's how you do it. It likes to fight with me a little bit, but now I got it working. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about how to crop and straighten photos. So I'm going to go to File and Open. We're going to go to the desktop, and we'll click on Dogs, and let's click on Golden Retriever Puppy 2. Go to File and Automate, and let's go to Crop and Straighten Photos. And there you go. It fixed him up real nice. And then I'm going to do Open and do Max Res Default 1. And then we'll do File and Automate and Crop and Straighten Photo. And this is where it gets interesting. So they cropped a whole bunch here. So this is the one where it's supposed to look like this. I don't know why it did that. But you can see how they cropped it. So they went from there to, whoops, clicked on the wrong one, to here. So if you just click left and then right, you can see where they cropped it. That looks very nice. These ones, I don't know why it did that, and that's just in the program. This is automated, so it's nothing that we did. We just clicked it, and it's supposed to run, and it didn't run like it was supposed to, which is fine in this instance. So I'm going to close out Photoshop, and I'm going to hit no on each one here. I'm going to talk about Contact Sheet 2. So I'm opening up Photoshop. I'm going to go to File, Automate. Let's go to Contact Sheet 2. So it's going to let us select the source images, so we're going to use the folder. I'm going to choose the folder, so we're going to do Dogs, hit OK. And then we're going to include subfolders. So the document is going to be in inches. The width is going to be 8 by 10. Resolution is 300 pixels, or DPI. Thumbnail, place across first, columns 5 and 6. And then they use file name as caption right down here. So I'm going to hit OK. There you go. So with the contact sheet, you can load the information of these files right here so that you have kind of a reference guide, maybe for a project, so you know what files you're using, etc. All right. So It's a great tool to have and to understand and to use. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about conditional mode change. So I've opened up Firefox here, and I'm going to go over real quick what it will do. So you can add a conditional mode change to an action. So you would start recording an action, choose File, Automate Conditional Mode Change. In the Conditional Mode Change dialog box, select one or more modes for the source mode. Use all or none buttons to select all possible modes or no mode. Choose a target mode from mode pop-up menu. Click OK. The conditional mode change appears as a new step in the Actions panel. All right, so thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about Fit Image. So I'm going to click on Open. And let's select Max Res Default 1. Then go to File, Automate, Fit Image. Okay, and then we can constraint within the width 1280 pixels, 720 pixels, don't enlarge. So I'm going to hit OK. And let's do that again. So you get both effects here. So don't enlarge. Okay, so I think that is the size. Let me just see here. So let's do 400 by 400. There you go. So what it does is, instead of you having to go in and manually move stuff around, this automates the process. So you can go in, you can go File, Automate, go down to Fit Image, and do 800 by 800. Okay. Of course, I deselected. There we go. This is a great tool to have because if I want to do 1200 by 1200, okay, now it's going up and down. Now, you may lose some of the resolution, but this is a quick way to see what it would look like in that size. So if I went to 1500 by 1500, okay, now it's getting bigger. And I'll do one more. Let's do 500 by 500. Okay, then you can see it's a clear image. So that's how you use Fit Image. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about lens correction. So let's go to File and Open up Max Res Default 1. Let's go to File, Automate, and go to Lens Correction. Okay, so we're going to use Files. So I'm going to browse, and I'm going to use that file. The destination folder will be, the file type is going to be PSD. The location is going to be desktop dogs and then results, lens correction profile, match best profile. So it's going to match it on its own, or you can choose it. Okay, so I'm going to let it match the best profile. Let's hit OK. And you can see it did a little lens correction here. All right, so let's try one more here. Let's go to Automate, and let's do lens correction. And this time let's do a folder instead of just a file. So I'm going to browse for that, and we're going to go to Dogs, hit OK. The file type is going to be PSD. You can also do JPEG, PNG, and TIFF, but we're going to keep it on PSD. We'll keep it in the results, and let's see. Everything else will leave the same. I'll hit OK. There you go. So it did a lens correction on the image. Now this image didn't need much correction, but whatever it needed, that's what it applied. All right. Same with this one. It didn't need a lot, but whatever it needed, it actually applied it, and it looks very good. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about lens correction. So let's go to File and Open up Max Res Default 1. Let's go to File, Automate, and go to Lens Correction. Okay, so we're going to use Files. So I'm going to browse, and I'm going to use that file. The destination folder will be, the file type is going to be PSD. The location is going to be desktop dogs and then results, lens correction profile, match best profile. So it's going to match it on its own, or you can choose it. Okay, so I'm going to let it match the best profile. Let's hit OK. Let's minimize Photoshop and go down here to and results, and then open that up. And you can see it did a little lens correction here. All right, so let's try one more here. Let's go to Automate, and let's do lens correction. And this time let's do a folder instead of just a file. So I'm going to browse for that, and we're going to go to Dogs, hit OK. The file type is going to be PSD. You can also do JPEG, PNG, and TIFF, but we're going to keep it on PSD. We'll keep it in the results. And let's see. Everything else will leave the same. I'll hit OK. It did a lens correction on the image. Now, this image didn't need much correction, but whatever it needed, that's what it applied. All right. Same with this one. It didn't need a lot, but whatever it needed, it actually applied it, and it looks very good. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to talk about photo merge. So let's go to File, Automate, and go to Photo Merge. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a folder. So I'm going to browse. And in the previous video, we created a resized folder. So I'm going to use that one for this example. And we're going to blend the images together and hit OK. Okay, so what that does when this actually cooperates and works like it's supposed to is it'll put the images right next to each other. All right, so I'm going to close this out. We're going to go back to File. No worries. Photo Merge. Now we're going to do Perspective. So I'm going to just do one file, and we'll go to Desktop and do Resized and go to Untitled 2. Okay. Okay, let's grab Untitled 1, hit OK. Some images cannot automatically be aligned. Okay. It really does not like my images. That's fine. Again, this is just to show you how this stuff works. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go to our favorite web browser. And I'm going to go to Google and type in cats. Let's do images, and let's grab a kitty. Right click and do Save Image As. And we're going to go to the desktop here. We'll save them. I'm going to close that out. And I'll do File, Automate, Photo Merge, and we'll do Collage, right? So let's browse, and we'll do Untitled 2, and then we'll do the kitty. Okay, let me cancel to Firefox, google.com, and let's do cats, and we'll do images. Click on the image, right click, save image as. There you go. We'll do desktop, save. All right, so he's a PNG. That's perfect. All right, so I'm going to do File, Automate, Photo Merge, and we'll do Collage, Browse. So we're going to do the kitty, and then we're going to do Resized, Untitled 2, hit OK. Okay, there you go. So there's the cute little kitty, and the dog is there. All right, so that's how you do photo merge. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.